Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Law and Institutional Reforms. Yang Berbahagia Dato Almalena Sharmila Johan, Chief Executive Officer of the Asian International Arbitration Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Law and Institutional Reforms. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mary Lim Thiam Suan, Director of the Asian International Arbitration Center. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Almalena Sharmila Johan, Chief Executive Officer of the Asian International Arbitration Center. Yang Berbahagia Tun Arifin Zakaria, President of the Inns of Court Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima David Wong Dakwa, Chairman of the Borneo International Center for Arbitration and Mediation. Yang Arif, Tan Sri, Datuk. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the Asian International Arbitration Center, or more commonly known as the AIAC. And welcome to the AIAC's inaugural International Arbitration Congress 2024. We are here today to engage in a meaningful discourse on redefining international arbitration. This involves exchanging views and expertise on the establishment of Court of Arbitration, the importance of strengthening both regional and international cooperation amongst institutions, and exploring the qualities that makes Asia a premier seat of arbitration. To begin the event, we would like to call upon the Chief Executive Officer of the AIAC, Yang Berbahagia Dato Almalena Sharmila Johan, to come up on stage to deliver her welcome remarks. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Dato Almalena.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Law and Institutional Reform. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mary Lim Thiam Suan, Director of the AIAC and Chairperson of the AIAC Protem Committee of the Court of Arbitration. Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Arifin bin Zakaria, former Chief Justice of Malaysia and President of the Inns of Court Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima David Wong Dakwa, Chairman of the Borneo International Center for Arbitration and Mediation. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri, Dato, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asian International Arbitration Center as we gather this morning for the International Arbitration Congress 2024, redefining its horizon, Malaysia, Asia and beyond. Today's Congress marks a pivotal moment as it is held amidst a dynamic period of institutional reforms and restructuring of the AIAC that are reshaping the ADR landscape in Malaysia and the region. Your presence here today speaks to the shared commitment we have in advancing the field of arbitration and addressing the challenges and opportunities that come with evolving institutional and legislative frameworks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the reforms and restructuring efforts we are witnessing here in Malaysia highlight the need for a modernized and resilient ecosystem that can adapt to new complexities and foster greater trust in ADR processes in resolving disputes. It is crucial to recognize that this cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires a collective effort where institutions, policymakers, the judiciary, and ADR fraternity with its relevant stakeholders to come together in supporting the ADR appeal on the global stage. In this spirit of collaboration, we are pleased to announce the historic signing of 2 Memoranda of Understanding with the Borneo International Center for Arbitration and Mediation and Inns of Court of Malaysia today. Significantly, It represents the AIAC's commitment to working closely with relevant stakeholders and to support one another in ensuring that Malaysia is recognized as a premier destination hub for ADR in the region. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that this Congress will enrich everyone here with insights and ideas by our thought leaders in the next sessions that will help chart a course for the future of international arbitration in Malaysia, Asia and beyond. Sincere gratitude must be extended to Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said once again for honoring this Congress, and also to the dedicated team of the AIAC, supporting organizations, esteemed guests, and participants in making this event possible. With that, thank you, and I look forward to the promising times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato, for your welcoming remarks. Today's event is a brilliant platform to highlight the diverse, yet all-inclusive nature of the ADR community as we collectively navigate new challenges and developments together. Following from Dato's speech, we would like to play a short video on our upcoming flagship event, which is the Asia ADR Week 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to call upon Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said to come up on stage and deliver the special address. Please welcome Yang Berhormat.
So long, the intro like concert. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, forgive me for wearing my baju parliament. You know, too many by-election, many people dying. So we are up and down, in and out, changing clothes. So I'm so sorry I'm not in a black and white attire like most of you. Yang berbahagia Dato Mary, Director of the AIAC and the Chairperson of the AIAC Protem Committee, Dato Almalena, the Chief Executive Officer of AIAC, Tun Arifin, former Chief Justice of Malaysia, President of the Inns of Court Malaysia, Tan Sri Dato Sri Panglima David Wong, Chairman of the Borneo International Centre for Arbitration and Mediation, BICAM, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and especially many thank you to most judges who are making your diary free to attend today. Thank you so much. It is a great honor to address you at the very first ever International Arbitration Congress 2024 being held in Malaysia. This is not only a testament of our country's growing prominence, but also an indication of Asia's emerging leadership in the field of arbitration. Today's gathering is more than a ceremonial event. It represents our commitment to advancing and redefining the practice of arbitration. By hosting this Congress, Malaysia is making a powerful statement. We are not merely participants in the global arbitration landscape. We are the architects of the future. Malaysia, and indeed the whole of Asia, stands ready to lead the innovation, integrity, and the shared vision of what arbitration can and should be in years to come. Since 1978, the partnership between Malaysia government and the Asia African Legal Consultative Organization, ALCO, has laid the foundation for the Asia International Arbitration Center, a non-governmental international arbitration institution that was the first kind in the region and proudly stands as a beacon of excellence today. ALCO's network of arbitration centers in 6 jurisdictions, respectively Egypt, Nigeria, Iran, Kenya, Hong Kong, SAR, and Malaysia, plays a very aggressive role in setting the best practices across diverse legal landscape in promoting international commercial arbitration in Asia and African region. The true strength of this network lies in our ability to collaborate rather than to compete. By leveraging each other's strengths, we create a synergy that enriches the global arbitration community. I hope this Congress serves as a vital platform to foster and strengthen such collaboration, share invaluable insights, and collectively enhance the global arbitration landscape. It is of no coincidence that there is a dedicated session today to discuss on the ALCO synergy joined by representatives from 3 ALCO sisters organizations. It is my great pleasure to witness growing collaboration among the ALCO regional centers to promote and support one another, championing the voices of Asia, Africa regions at the global arena. I am confident that today's Congress represents an opportunity for the occasion to be capitalized for more meaningful partnership to be fostered in the months to come. The rebranding of the Kuala Lumpur Regional Centre for Arbitration, KLRCA, to the Asia International Arbitration Centre, AIAC, in 2018, when I was also then the law minister, marked a great milestone for Malaysia. This transformation was not only just a change of name, but it represents a broader institutional reform that is being implemented today and a strategic initiative that underscores Malaysia's growth influence and our unwavering commitment to becoming a leader in international arbitration. As a policymaker, it is our duty to ensure that the international arbitration landscape remains robust, accessible, and adaptable. The supplementary agreement to the host country agreement between Malaysian government and ALCO in relation to the AIAC was formalized in February this year, which provides for, among other, the establishment of the AIAC Court of Arbitration. This marked the beginning of the institutional reforms and the restructuring of the center to align with international standards of other leading arbitral institutions around the world. I am confident that this reform will usher a new phase for AIAC in existence to be raised as one of the premier arbitral institutions in the region and globally. Our commitment to enhance the legal infrastructure in advancing arbitration is further demonstrated by the recent legislative amendments to the Arbitration Act in the Malaysian Parliament that occurred July 2024. These amendments are not just updates, but they are basically trendsetters. The objective of the Malaysian government is to enhance the fact that the international arbitration continues to thrive as a cornerstone of a global leader order. I take this opportunity to highlight some key amendments to the Act, which includes the enhanced confidentiality that ensure privacy and integrity of the arbitration proceedings, streamline procedures to preserve the recognition and the enforceability of the arbitral awards, and the legislation of the third-party funding that broadens access to justice. The Malaysian government has consistently championed arbitration as a key component of a favorable business environment that is not only vital to economic growth, but are also crucial to upholding the rule of law on a global scale. My recent visit to Hong Kong SAR, include the Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce, reinforced the importance of aligning our vision with global best practices. These engagements and the upcoming outreach to China and India will also guide our strategic initiative, allowing us to position Malaysia and AIAC as a respected and innovative ground in international arbitration community. Alongside this, our judiciary, known for its pro-arbitration stance, respects party autonomy and upholds the integrity of the arbitration process. This non-intrusive judicial stand provides a stable and supportive environment, making Malaysia a reliable and attractive seat for resolving international disputes. To complement the significance of today's Congress, I am honoured to witness the signing of the MOU between AIAC and the Borneo International Centre for Arbitration and Mediation, BICAM, as well as the Inns of Court Malaysia. It is a remarkable initiative for AIAC to unite the collaboration with relevant stakeholders in promoting Malaysia as a safe seat for arbitration. But I have to pause here for a while, just to let you know, BICAM and their MPs from Sabah were whacking the government left, right and centre for failure without realising that Tan Sri David has been talking to us. But, well, that's politics, right? But I think they're a bit a day late and all the short, because Tan Sri David have reached out and AIAC has agreed. So, you know, we always find a good way to work together for Sabah and Sarawak. So, not to worry, Tan Sri. And also with the Inns of Court, yes, our Tun Arifin came to see me with his whole delegation. They wanted to work together, and I said, yes, why not? So that shows, which I have to pause, it's not part of the speech. I just read all the written speech so that I don't get it technically wrong, but now this is my speech, my real speech. I just want to say that for this government, although we are a coalition government, consisting of various political parties, which is centre-right, that is my party, then you have the centre-left, that is DAP or PH. We're trying our very best to do the best for the people of Malaysia. So what we ask from the rakyat is to allow us the balance of 2.5 years so that we can complete all this. And let you judge again whether do you want this government to continue or this politician to continue as the minister. But at the end of the day, for the government of Malaysia, they are not denying the fact that it is not only today our judiciary is so respected to be very independent, and I'm so proud of that. We make sure no political intervention, no backdoor phone call, no pressuring. Whatever needs to be settled, we just must explain professionally to the system led by the Chief Justice today. This is how the government must respect the separation of powers. But in reference to ADR, alternate dispute resolution, besides arbitration, the next step for us is to go very deep and very heavily into mediation. Not just the court mediation, but the outside court mediation. Because as you know, with all due respect to us lawyers, or me as ex-lawyer, do you know that I have to tell you a very funny story? When I lost my job the second time, I've been losing my job so many times. Sometimes I lose count. Today I'm minister, next day I'm the deputy speaker, then I get kicked out and I get brought in again. So I applied to be a member of the bar, since I've been practicing and called to the bar since 1990. The bar didn't want to entertain my application. So when I met the recent new chairman for the bar and the members, I said, why do you guys do that? I know you don't like politicians, but come on, man. Takkan you don't like me. But they say, no, we'll check what happened. You know, but of course, as a front bench, I can't be members of the bar. But I believe that the business of the bar, especially for lawyers, not necessarily lawyers who are doing litigation or conveyancing, there are many ways to skin the cat. And I always believe ADR is a good way for most lawyers out there. And when it comes to Islamic law, especially to the Islamic family practitioners or Islamic finance, Islamic banking, ADR is also a fantastic setup to come into. And I've also reminded the cabinet ministers to always insist on a clause for arbitration. If can put in a seat to be here in all the international agreement that the government is looking forward with. So don't say, I do not fight for your business and to make sure that you're able to participate aggressively. So do not worry, become Sabah and Sarawak, we will be there for you, as long as you are there for us. The last part is important, we're there for you, you must be with us. 31st of August compared to 16th of September. It's okay, Tan Sri, I'm just joking. Okay, anyway, now this is the speech written, I have to continue, because before my speech writers and advisors get upset with me. So now Malaysia's strategically location is at the crossroad of the major trade route, and hence by its position is the key to arbitration hub. The Bangunan Sulaiman, for example, today is situated in a facility, cross-border disputes and support international trade and investment. Beyond these advantages, Malaysia's multicultural society and deep respect for diverse legal traditions and languages can enrich our arbitration framework. By capitalizing on these strengths, Malaysia is well positioned to be a central hub for arbitration, not only in Asia, but on the global stage. This is where I come in again personally. I believe that we can compete and complement Hong Kong and Singapore, and I believe in that. So I hope with this restructuring and the new things and the new ways that we are doing things, I hope we can really fast-speed our success story for the arbitration and the ADR businesses in Malaysia. With that, thank you so much to the organizing committee and all the great speakers, guests, joining us today from different time zones, I'm told. And I believe that this Congress will present a unique opportunity to exchange insight and explore new approaches and build lasting partnership. With that, everybody, have a great day. I believe it's a half-day program. Have a fantastic, productive, and insightful Congress. And I hope with all your ideas, your innovation, your suggestion, and your reinforcement will make Malaysia's role as a leading destination for arbitration. With that, thank you so much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat, for your special address. It has been our utmost privilege to have you here at our Congress. Can we kindly request that you remain on stage for our next event, which is the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the AIAC and Inns of Court Malaysia. To accompany Yang Berhormat on stage, we kindly invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mary Lim to come up on stage. We would like to also call upon Yang Berbahagia Datuk Almalena Sharmila Johan and Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Arifin Zakaria for the signing ceremony. To witness this moment, we would also like to call upon Mr. Danish Chandran and Ms. Suan Kim to come up on stage. Can we also invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sherin to come up on stage?
Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Thank you very much. Can we kindly request the ICM representatives who are here with us today to come up on stage for a quick photo session? Thank you very much. The next signing of the Memorandum of Understanding is between the AIAC and Borneo International Centre for Arbitration and Mediation. For that, we kindly invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima David Wong Dakwa and Mr. Tan Ki Heng to witness the signing. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our first session of the day entitled Court of Arbitration, exploring the features, challenges, expectations, and prospects. Before we start our session, we would like to announce the departure of Yang Berhormat Dato Azalina Othman Said. Thank you for taking the time for gracing us with your presence, YB. To lead this discussion, we invite the moderator for the session, Datuk Mary Lim, to join us on stage, along with Datuk Nitin Nadkarni and Mr. Chan Ling San. We are also very pleased to welcome Ms. Brianna Young, who's joining us virtually despite the very early hour in her location.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It was the minister leaving, not the rest of you. The rest of you are supposed to stay because it's about to start. I'm sitting there. While we wait for Brianna to be connected with us, I would like to just make some opening remarks. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for elucidating the journey that we have taken, the fact that it is all part not just of a rebranding, but I think it is a reasserting of what was KLRCA, what is AIAC now, and the fact that it is not a matter of being fortuitous, but a matter of choice as far as the minister is concerned. You heard her said in a very light-hearted way that she's left or been out of a job so many times. When she came back this time, she actually asked to come back to this particular portfolio in a way to finish a lot of work that she had started. The AIAC's rebranding was a vision that was hers and also of many of the thought leaders, a word that was used by the CEO of the centre. And the fact that we not only have to do a name change, but we need to do a structural change. Hence the reshaping or shaping of the centre to meet the new ecosystem. So these were matters of choice, and as she said, insofar as the court and all these actions that are concerned, it is part of the obligation and commitment to access to justice. And I hope that with those off-the-cuff remarks that you had from her, I personally, this is the second time I'm listening, I am quite convinced that this is a lawyer and a person who understands the law. So I hope you will share in that commitment with us as we start the first session in looking at how we're going to redefine the horizons that Malaysia has, whether those horizons are from this earth, is it square or is it just going to go round and will come back? What is it for Malaysia? What is it for Asia? What is it for beyond? In this first session, what is this court of arbitration that everyone's been talking about? Here we have on, in this first panel, 3 thought leaders who are eminent in their field, very carefully chosen, and I would like to congratulate the team. It had nothing to do with me. The team thought of the right persons to share their thoughts about the subject, because Malaysia is at, again another phrase, pivotal moment to see what change is coming in our horizon. It is very important that we consult, we confer, we share with you what exactly is this first entity that's called the Court of Arbitration. And who better but the persons who have experienced it in some way or another. First, we have Brianna, who is joining us. Brianna, good morning to you. I think
Good
it's
morning.
really very, very early. Thank you for joining us. Brianna hails from England, but her experiences are not confined to that jurisdiction. Brianna has spent time at the KHKIC and currently sits in the Appointments Committee. Locally, who do we have? We have none other than Datuk Nitin. Nitin, unfortunately, was not able to assist us directly now because he has recently taken commitments on the ICC. But Nitin is no stranger to the ADR, not just in Malaysia, but globally. And congratulations to you, Nitin, for that honored appointment. We are very proud of you and all the others who have are sharing that stage with you and all those who have represented Malaysia at the global front. Nitin has more than 40 years experience and has also offered his thoughts before when we were looking at the amendments to the Arbitration Act. Thank you, both Brianna and Nitin, to joining us in this session this morning. Now, there's a third person in this room is sitting right in the middle of the stage. He is none other than Chan Leng San, Senior Counsel from Singapore. I have left him to last for one reason, and that's to make him regret for having left us. He grew up in Malaysia, but as usual, like a lot of people, commitments, educational commitments, moved him to Singapore. And I guess that's where he found his love of his life. So we will forgive him for making that change. He now reminds me it wasn't actually Seremban, it's Penang. I don't know which is worse. Oh, your wife's from Penang. I don't know, but they're not living here. And I think we will go no further, and you now appreciate why I've left Leng San last. Now, Leng San, as a senior counsel in Singapore, not only practices in court like Nitin and like Brianna, but has extensive experience in ADR. But more in particular, what we need is about the institutions itself. What the institutions have put in place, this court of arbitration, be it in Hong Kong, be it at the ICC or at the SIAC. So what is this court of arbitration that the legislation, Parliament has seen fit, the Minister has mentioned, that we have introduced into our arbitration scenario? And not only that, we have also introduced to our adjudication scenario. Our SIPA legislation now features the Court of Arbitration. So let's get to know something more about this Court of Arbitration. How I shall conduct this morning's proceedings in session 1 will be in this manner. There will be very concerning issues like what exactly is this court? I'm sure it's in your mind. Hands up, those who want to know more about this court. There you are, almost everyone in the room. The ones up here do not matter. Then, of course, we want to know what are the best features one should be looking for when setting up such a court, and what are the pitfalls. And I will, of course, invite deliberations from your good self and invite questions, but at the opportune moment. So let's kickstart this discussion about why we would need a court of arbitration. What's the whole rationale for setting up this court of arbitration? We heard a little bit from the minister that was in relation to the access of justice. Nitin, you, I think, didn't say that we shouldn't have it at the time when we saw the draft amendments to the Arbitration Act and SIPA. Would you like to share with our audience this morning about some understanding on your part on its concept, its purpose, and its rationale? Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. Good morning, everyone. I see a lot of judges here concerned about whether their functions are about to be replaced by this court of arbitration. I think I can reassure you what a court of arbitration isn't before I get to what it is. A court of arbitration isn't a court, and it doesn't do arbitrations. So clearly, it is a term coined by lawyers to confuse all of our clients as to what the functions of the court of arbitration is. If I can The French Supreme Court, in a case called Cubic, explained it best and said that they distinguished between the function of organizing the arbitration, which is exercised by a court of arbitration, and the judicial function of the arbitration, which is actually the conduct of the arbitration itself, which continues to be the preserve of the arbitral tribunal that is appointed. So the ICC, well, I'm talking about the ICC court. Of course, the AIAC may choose the same framework or a different framework, but the ICC court organizes the framework for the arbitration, which is the purely administrative functions, and ensures that procedural safeguards in the ICC rules are properly observed. So if I could give you examples of the kinds of functions it may have, firstly, it may fix a place of arbitration. Secondly, it nominates, confirms, appoints, and replaces arbitrators. And thirdly, it decides on challenges to arbitrations. And that's quite important because if you have a proper court of arbitration and institutional rules, there's no danger of rogue Spanish arbitrators moving their arbitrations from Spain to France to avoid court decisions. The Court of Arbitration will make certain necessary decisions, such as consolidations of arbitrations is one of the possible functions. It may decide on challenges filed against arbitrators so that you don't have to go to court for that. And nor is that it also monitors the arbitral process. Then there is a thing called scrutinizing the award, and I think we can discuss what that is later, but there's always concern by arbitral tribunals as to what scrutiny actually means. It will set, manage, and if necessary, adjust the costs of arbitration to take account of the efficiency or inefficiency of the arbitrator. So if an arbitrator takes a long time to decide a case, you might find that his fees are cut. Whereas if they are very efficient in deciding a case, they might actually get a bonus. It also oversees emergency arbitration procedures. But it doesn't actually decide the substantive merits. Once the arbitral tribunal is constituted, the arbitral tribunal will decide on the merits. As to why we have one, I think all arbitration centers start with a small core group that organizes it, highly centralized group that organizes it. But as the center grows and as it has aspirations to be more than a domestic center and to be an international center, there is a need to have a broader range of expertise beyond simply centralizing all powers and all decision-making in one person. There's a need to perhaps have diversity of opinions. You might have civil lawyers. If we, for example, in Malaysia want to attract Chinese arbitrations, then you probably need some recognized Chinese figures sitting on this court so as to give some reassurance to Chinese parties that want to come and do arbitrations here that, yes, there's somebody who actually understands their corpus of law and not merely the common law. So there are a number of advantages, but primarily it's about decentralization and bringing in additional expertise beyond having all the powers, both administrative and these other functions that I mentioned, the quasi-judicial and management powers, in just one person. So I hope that explains.
Thanks, Nitin. So I've got decentralization, the whole idea of decentralizing and bringing in additional expertise, looking at where the trade commerce of nations are. Ling San, would you share that view? You have your journey in the SIAC. Would you care? I mean, if you look at the SIAC website, there's a lot of information out there, and yet you can't find any information. And I couldn't find really anything about its court of arbitration. I'm going to go back to Nitin, but let's find out about Singapore first. Ling San.
Thank you, Dato. Well, yes, I was deputy chairman of SIAC, and that's a different function. I was on the board, and it's probably a good way to illustrate the distinction between the board and the court. Then later, I moved over to the SIAC court for a while. And what Nitin has said is a very good introduction to what the court does. It is not a court of law, but basically the whole purpose is to separate the management functions and the role of governing the institution itself from the kind of quasi-judicial function in decision-making in the conduct and management of an arbitration case. So the management function of an arbitration institution now in SIC is done by the board of directors, and they have a CEO assisting that. So that will take care of the human resources, finances, and so on. But then the SIC court will be called upon to assist whenever there's a decision to be made in relation to the conduct of an arbitration. As Nitin says, it's not to decide the merits, and it's not to decide on procedural matters that the tribunal can make, but basically decisions that shouldn't be left to the tribunal. For example, the appointment of an arbitrator, how should it be done? And also challenges to arbitrators, and sometimes they might be involved with scrutiny of awards. There's one other very important function for a court, and Nitin kind of alluded to this, and that is beyond these actual functions and roles. And arbitration court is very useful, as Nitin says, in drawing in eminent practitioners from a wider field to serve part-time and give assurance to the world that you have eminent people from different legal traditions with different perspectives who may act as a think tank, who may give some views on how your arbitration should be conducted, how your rules should be promulgated, and the contents and so on. So it also has that aspect of enhancing the competence as well as the prestige of the institution.
Oh, thank you very much. So the apart from decentralization and the demarcation, separation of work between management and what you described as the management of the proceedings itself, the arbitral proceedings, is that the court itself, or with the composition, proper composition of its members, would be a good message out there as to the competency, quality, and the safe, how safe that particular seat is. Brianna, you specialize in support services as far as the, from Three Crowns, your career. I notice you very, very humbly describe yourself as supporting. I think you play a far larger role than that. At the HKIAC, how has the court, what was the perception, what was the whole ethos behind the establishment of this court in Hong Kong? Would you agree with the views expressed thus far?
Thank you. Yes, I agree with what has been said so far about the functions of the court. I should clarify that, as I'm sure everyone knows, different institutions call this function by a different name. So HKIAC does not formally have a court of arbitration. It is structured so that the functions of the court, the functions that have been described so far, are carried out by a combination of the institution's secretariat, but then also committees, 3 principal committees made up of the types of membership that has been described already. In HKIAC's case, the committees are the Appointments Committee, which deals with appointing arbitrators, the Proceedings Committee, which is the committee that I currently chair, which deals with procedural issues broadly that arise, including consolidation, joining parties to arbitration, that kind of thing. And then there's also a finance committee. But I think really that's a question of nomenclature and structure, and different organizations have conceived these functions organically over time, but the functions are the same, and I think they're crucial for obviously the running of the arbitrations administered by those institutions, and also, as has been pointed out, for the credibility of the institution, particularly internationally, so that users of HKIAC or SIAC or ICC arbitration understand that it's not just a body of local functionaries who are helping to ensure that administration of their cases is robust and correct, but that the institution and its rules are benefiting from international and local senior expertise as well. So yes, absolutely. I think it's a crucial function for any institution, whatever it happens to be called.
Oh, thank you very much. Brianna, I think you made an excellent point about the fact that it's not just about international expertise, but recognizing your local senior expertise and making sure that that recognition is recorded and put collectively in a body. So in Hong Kong, you run it through 3 committees, the 3 principal committees that you just described in the ICC jurisdiction, SCI, and now for AIAC, we're looking at a court of arbitration. Moving on, we heard about the amendments locally to our 2 principal legislation, the Arbitration Act as well as SIPA, for the necessary appointments, be it of arbitrators or adjudicators as the case may be, to be done by the president of the Court of Arbitration. If you look at the amendments, you wouldn't see anything beyond the mention of that presidency. I think curiously, I suspect most of you in this room, in fact, my own self too, the first time I saw it, questions came up as to what is that court now? Understanding what its object purpose are, how should we get set about constituting the court? What should we be looking at in terms of the size, say, for example, the composition? Do we have to now start looking at what was suggested, the expertise, international, senior, local expertise? Do we now have to look at matters like geographical, gender diversity, age diversity? Should we even be looking at issues like that, given it has been described that the Court of Arbitration stands and exists not just for diversification and decentralization, it actually stands at the pinnacle of the whole ADR ecosystem. And you are now overseeing decisions of experts, qualified arbitrators chosen by the parties, making the best decisions for your dispute. And now there is another body, while not looking at the merits of the case, are nevertheless, I think what was described just now was mere supervision of the arbitration proceedings. But I believe in the ICC context, Nitin, the description is that it exercises judicial supervision of arbitration proceedings. So while you do not want to call it a court, it is not a court, but the website says that it exercises judicial supervision. Let's now focus on the composition. What should we be looking for in terms of criteria for appointment, tenure, and how should we really properly decentralize the work? Who is going to have the first go this time? Nitin, since I made the remark about judicial supervision, would you not like to respond?
Me? Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure. As I say, the French courts have actually said it doesn't perform a judicial function. It performs an administrative and a management function, at least in terms of the ICC. But coming on to the beauty of where Malaysia is that we have a blank slate. You can put the Court of Arbitration here, because it's not created by legislation, it will be a creature of the AIAC rules. So there's a great deal of flexibility with the AIAC in tailoring and creating a court of arbitration that meets your specific requirements. And because it's not cast in stone in legislation, in amending those rules and amending the criteria in light of experience. Had it been in the legislation and had the legislation prescribed the format of the court, I think there would have been further problems because you would have needed a legislative amendment every time you wanted to change and you wanted to learn from past experience. Who should be on it? I mean, I think it's quite I think all of us have said the same thing, that if the institution wants to be more than a mere domestic center and wants to be international as the you must have persons of credibility from international practitioners of credibility, and particularly from the target countries, the areas which Malaysia or the AIAC wishes to target. I mean, it's no point having, like the ICC, I think, has 194 members in the court because it's drawn from every corner of the globe. But we are not going to get Chile and Paraguay parties doing an arbitration in Malaysia. That's the reality. It's really got to be in this region, possibly India, and though the SIAC won't like us if we go to India, China, and maybe Southeast Asia, most importantly of all, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. Who are the eminent practitioners, or who would be recognized in those regions as giving a measure of certainty to their parties that if they come to Malaysia and they do the arbitration in Malaysia, the perspectives of Vietnam or whichever of these countries is looked at, and any award, any proceedings are not looked at purely from the perspective of Malaysians. Now, I know at the end of the day, it's the arbitrators who make the decision, but I suspect that having a more international panel with persons from these jurisdictions would lend a measure of comfort to parties from those jurisdictions as part of the AIAC's outreach to those parties to come and do arbitrations in Malaysia.
Nitin, still staying with you, you mentioned a host of countries, but I like to draw your attention or remind myself too, Malaysia's AIAC is a point reach, an agreement reach between not just Malaysia, but with ALCO. ALCO stands for the Asian African host of nations. You haven't mentioned Africa. That's a big continent. Your views?
It is a big continent, but I wonder whether people in a lot of African countries, they've even heard of Malaysia, let alone the AIAC. One would think that my own view is, first you must capture your own regional market before you can reach out to Africa. If you go back historically, you think about it, the AIAC, I think KLRCA was only the second center, wasn't it? I think there was
We
one
were the
in-
first, actually.
and then
We were the
one in-
first center,
and then
and
there was-
Cairo was established 6 months or 7 months later.
All right, so you had two. But even when the AIAC or the KLRCA was the first center, and you didn't even have the SIAC in existence, we couldn't get arbitrations from Africa. Today, there are centers in Nairobi that everybody in Africa wants to be a center. I think Lagos is also trying to set up. It's very competitive. Why go there? There's hardly any Malaysian companies, I think, doing business there. Instead of going to areas where we already have Malaysian companies doing business. So you start with trying to attract Malaysian companies doing cross-border business in this region and getting them to persuade their counterparties that, yes, the AIAC is a safe seat. Or better still, for my Singaporean partners, say, well, if you've got a Singaporean company doing business in those parts of the world, don't go to the SIAC, come to the AIAC because we are a neutral venue and we're a better venue. I'm expecting to provoke a response here by saying that.
But I think before we get a response, I would like to invite Brianna's view. Contrary to what Nitin said about Africa doesn't, well, it has many. I think it had at one point over 60 arbitral institutions, many of them open and closed within a decade. But do you agree, Brianna, with Nitin's views about how you should be constituting that court, who you should be peppering your panel with?
I do agree that it's important to have members who represent the constituencies that you are primarily trying to attract. I absolutely agree with everything Nitin has said on that front for the reasons he's articulated. I think it's also important to have a balance and to have members who are from different jurisdictions, not necessarily those jurisdictions that you're primarily concentrating on, because well, for a number of reasons, but you then are putting into one body a group of international thought leaders so that you can cross-fertilize best practice, learnings, approaches to administration from all of the key jurisdictions in the arbitral world. And I think, all of the existing arbitral courts benefit from having not only, when I say local, I mean really regional practitioners as their members, but people from further afield. So, for example, I think both SIAC and HKIAC have a mixture of Asia-based practitioners, but also quite deliberately some based in continental Europe, some based in North America, some based in Latin America, some based in Africa. So I do agree, but I think it's important to be broader than just your current key constituencies, partly also because none of us knows what the next trend will be. If you look back 10 years to Belt and Road and to the outreach that brought from Chinese investors into Latin America and Africa, for example, and to the fact that those disputes are now going to start coming through, it is of benefit, I think, to have practitioners from some of those key jurisdictions as well. So for me, I think it's important to have a broader international mix. And also, I think the point that was made about Malaysia establishing itself as a neutral seat is really vital, because obviously every seat will have its obvious users, if you like. So for HKIAC, similarly, there will always be a large component of Chinese-related arbitrations where at least one party is from mainland China. But that's not the extent of it. And I think it's important for Malaysia, as it's got the benefit of having a blank slate and starting out, to try to make sure there's an even spread of court members, so that if in future there becomes another jurisdiction that generates lots of disputes and needs a seat of arbitration, Malaysia's well placed to serve that. There are two leading Asian seats, as we all know, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for several others. And I think the composition of the court is important.
Very heartwarming. Thank you very much, Brianna. There's a lot of room for another seat. Ling Sun, did that unseat you?
I totally agree with Brianna that we should take a collaborative approach. It's not a zero-sum game. And there are different sectors in different geographical regions that may gravitate towards a different seat, a different institution. So even as a practitioner, I've never felt threatened by other practitioners. And at the end of the day, you have better peace of mind. And actually, you don't see your practice suffering very much if you collaborate in the promotion of your own community as a whole. And I see the same way with arbitration institutions. Now, I no longer hold any position in SIC, so I don't feel compelled actually to speak on behalf of SIC whenever somebody tries to tekan SIC or push my button. But seriously, I believe that what Brianna says is correct. With regard to the constitution of the court, now, of course, the Protem committee will have a lot of these factors that both of them have correctly identified to debate over. And for me, I think the key factors would really be quality and credibility, because at the end of the day, you need that for the reasons that we have discussed on the very first question. And that can be drawn from as wide a field as possible. One thing that we shouldn't do is to say that because we want a representative from this part or this kind of characteristics, therefore we have a token court member. I have done as a member of the SIC court. I've sat in a committee of 3 members of the SIC court deciding on a challenge against an arbitrator. So we had an arbitrator from Europe, from the SIC court, a lady arbitrator from India, SIC court as well, and myself. So it was a very good, diverse mix, but all of us were speaking the same language because we knew what we were talking about. And for that reason, it was easy to come to a unanimous decision.
So you are warning that you should not appoint for the sake of appointing. It should not be token. It must be a case of understanding, recognizing what the economy, the business community wants, where our trading partners are, and then understanding that, letting it be reflected in the composition of the court. But
Yes.
no one has mentioned anything about how big should this court be. I mean, Nitin frightened us with this 194 members in the ICC Court of Arbitration. I think the last time I sat in the Malaysian federal court, the largest number was 9. We had to move to the banquet hall in order to find space. Yes, I know we have Zoom hearings now that will avoid that kind of physical conditions, but 194 members to choose from. How many does Hong Kong has? How many has Singapore have? And how many should we have? Can I have some suggestions from you, please, Brianna?
I think that most institutions will probably have smaller courts. You know, as Nitin said, the ICC's composition is because of its very broad geographic spread. And also, I think it's very important to say at the outset that the plenary court doesn't take the day-to-day decisions. As far as I'm aware, all of the institutions operate using subcommittees or delegations from their court, including the ICC, just simply because it's obviously not workable to have 194 people making every decision on a day-to-day basis. But I would personally think for AIAC, like HKIC, like SIAC, you're probably looking at a much smaller number. I think that HKIC probably across the 3 committees has about 30 to 40 members exercising those functions. LCIA likewise has about 35 court members at any given time. I'll defer to Leng Sung on SIAC. I don't know the numbers there, but I think for it to be workable and flexible, it needs to be around about that number. And then obviously we can come on to discuss how those terms operate and length of terms and flexibility of so that you make sure that the court is composed of people who are currently active in the profession and thought leaders. But I think a smaller number is probably more workable.
Thank you. Would you agree with that, Ling Sun? I know you don't sit in the SIAC Court of Arbitration, but speaking from experience, those numbers.
Yes, I agree with Brianna. I would guess that SIC is closer to 30. So it's around that number. ICC is a very different creature because it's a global institution. It's part of the International Chamber of Commerce. It operates through national committees in different countries, and therefore it needs to have representatives from all the countries. Plus, the procedure is rather more complex. Nitin is on the court. I'm just in the ICC Commission, so Nitin would know more how it operates. But I think he'll agree with me that the process and procedure of the ICC court is not something that translates very well into a national institution. Well, I say national because it's based here, that operates very differently.
Thank you. Those are very important thoughts, I guess, the Protem committee. And here, both Ling Sen and I sit on that Protem committee. It is very important that these concepts, principles, elements must weigh with the Protem committee when coming out with that Court of Arbitration. All right, we've got the composition, we've got some size. What about them hanging around for too long? 3 years, 5 years for life? What kind of tenure should we have in mind? Should they be repeated appointments? Can they go away after 2 terms and come back holding another hat and say, I'm now eligible for office, as you can see in a lot of political circles? But here we are talking about ADR. Brianna, should we keep them for too long?
No, it's my short answer. But I think you should retain the flexibility to keep the people you want to keep. Like any committee, arbitration courts will attract some very active members and some who are less active, and people who bring different things to their function. And I think it's really important for the institution to remain flexible and able to benefit from the people who really spend the time and make a substantial contribution to the function or to the administration of the rules. And then there will be some people who are too busy, or it's just not something they want to spend a long time doing. So I think for my part, I would say it works well to have an initial term of something like 3 years with potential to renew it once. And then you have to roll off that particular committee. I personally think that there is no issue with that person then coming back with a different hat on, bearing in mind that they can only be appointed through whatever the official appointment mechanism is, so that the institution will retain discretion to decide if someone is really contributing well, knows the institution well, is bringing insight from the other strands of their own career, then why not have the institution benefit from that for as long as the person's willing to give their time.
And thank you. 3 years, Nitin, would that be a fair term?
Yes, I think so. The key thing is that you don't want to appoint everybody in one batch and then everybody leaves in one batch. So you need to maintain a system where you're appointing some people for 3, maybe some will get a renewal, some won't, so that you have a continuity, an institutional memory of how the proceedings work, rather than everybody comes in on day 1 and then 3 years later, everybody is out.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I do see a few people. You've been here so early this morning. I think you had either sandwiches or nasi lemak for breakfast. Just to make sure that you are still with us, can I find out how many in the audience feel that the tenure should somewhere between 1 to 3 years? And then I'm going to offer you 3 to 5 years. Both cases with renewable. 1 to 3 years? Wow, good size. Let's see, 3 to 5 years. They only want them for 1 to 3 years. That really speaks. Is that because it's still new that we should be keeping that kind of flexibility, or we're still trying to find the right composition? Do you think that's a reaction, Leng San?
It may not be, because many institutions, as Brianna has pointed out, doesn't have necessarily fixed term that runs into 5 years. So if you have the initial term for 1 to 3 years, that's a good way to suss out whether that member is too busy or actually contributes. So those who do not contribute, you may not renew the term, but those who contribute are important. As Brianna says, you might want to keep them around. So the important thing as well is something she said, that the institution should retain for itself the ability of flexibility to decide.
Thank you. Now that we've got our court, got some idea what it is about, why it's there, what kind of composition, let's talk about their business. What kind of work with that decentralization Nitin discussed earlier? What kind of matters really should fall within the function of this court? What should go to perhaps the president, the vice president, the members, the registrar, or some secretariat that's in place? In all these institutions, we see them being supported by a secretariat, be it called a legal secretariat, an international bureau, depending on jurisdictions. If everything still comes back to the court, and I'm not going to talk about our statutory adjudication yet, are we actually building up more bureaucracy in that instead of getting one person to make a decision, now we've got to get a court? And obviously, when you're looking at a court, we are talking about some quorum, some more than one. And I understand under the supplementary agreement that Malaysia has signed with ALCO, it requires the president in exercising decisions, certain decisions, to consult with at least 2 members of the Court of Arbitration. So are we actually building up more bureaucracy and red tape here. It was so much faster just approaching one person, but here is, am I getting it wrong? Who wants to have a go? First go.
These are my personal views. The Protem committee, including Dato Mary, may not agree with me. So, but let's bear in mind that there are three organs here who have decision-making power in relation to an arbitration itself. You have the president, and by that I would include vice president or vice presidents, who are also members of the court. Then you have other members of the AIC court. And then you have the registrar, and by that I would include a deputy registrar. Ideally, they should all perform different functions allocated to them, although there might be a lot of consultation. So the statute, the Arbitration Act and SIPA, has designated the president of the AIC court as the appointing authority. Let's not get confused there, because that is by default. Okay, for arbitration, if you don't apply the AIC rules, you don't have an agreement on appointing authority, then it's the president of AIC court. But now we are talking about the functions of AIC itself. We are looking at AIC rules. So you would probably want the important appointing authority to be the president, and in his absence, the vice president. But internally, there might be a process where you provide as a standard operating procedure that they should consult someone. SIC relies on the registrar and the secretariat to draw up a list for the president to consider, and the president will select from that list. If he's not happy with that list, he'll ask for another list. But there's a degree of check and balance there, so it's not on one person. Now, should you go, or should you require the president to consult members of the AIC court? It's a matter of preference. Different institutions may have different ideas, but for me, AIC might be grappling with some rather urgent matters. You have emergency arbitrators, you have SIPA adjudicators, very fast-paced appointments needed to be done. You may not really have the comfort of going out officially to consult two members of a court. Then the registrar usually decides things like extensions of time, fixing of fees for arbitrators, and a number of other things. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna, please, your views.
I think the key to any institution's success is largely its efficiency, its ability to administer arbitrations quickly and keep the process moving. So I think to that end, obviously, doing anything that involves participation of a large body is not practical. So I personally would favor small committees, anything from 3 to 5 to maybe 12 people, depending on the function. And I think that that's the best way to make sure you get the benefit of the court members' expertise and their experience, while still maintaining some agility as an institution and not having parties wait for very long periods for example, the next court meeting or the next round of decisions to be made. So I think whatever structure is put in place, it's really important to keep an eye on the efficiency point. And to that end, I would say delegate as much as you reasonably can to the Secretariat, who are doing this role day in, day out as their day job, and think carefully about the decisions that must be made by more senior people, by court members, and then create subcommittees to do that efficiently.
Perhaps it's a bit remiss on my part. I think we need to identify exactly what kind of work the president and now being done by currently being done by the director. Quite apart from, before you get challenges, you've got the nominations, appointments, and then you'll have to deal with the challenges on those appointments. And then you have the question of perhaps extensions of time on payments. Quite a lot of parties do face difficulties in meeting deadlines. They'll be looking at making these kind of requests for extensions, for consolidation. These kind of matters it would appear the president will have to now confer or consult at least 2 members. Nitin, at the time when we were preparing for this conversation, I understand you have some serious misgivings. While you advocate for decentralization, you think it's a positive way to go. You find from your experience in some other capacity that there are some weaknesses here. Would you like to share with the audience your concerns?
Well, to start with, let me just say you mentioned CIPA and arbitration. The way I interpret the legislation, I don't see any room for a court of arbitration in CIPA, and I suspect if the president was to consult any formal court of arbitration for an appointment, the appointment would probably be subject to challenge at a later stage because there are no rules. CIPA is purely statutory, and the statute has no place for a court of arbitration. That's quite different from arbitration, where there are 2 categories. You have your ad hoc arbitrations, and again, as I read the amendments to the Act, ad hoc arbitrations are purely the president, and I don't see a room for a court of arbitration there. And then you will have AIAC rules arbitrations, and within the rules, you can create the procedure for a court of arbitration. So that's the first point. Second point, I agree totally with Brianna that it has to operate in small committees. You can't have, even if you only have 30 members, you can't have all 30 deciding every issue. For speed and efficiency, to balance the need for decentralization with the need for efficiency, you do need committees, and they could operate like Hong Kong, as I understand, in standing committees. These 3 are in this committee appointments, these 3 are in challenges. That will ensure certainty, and that will ensure that uniformity as well. Or you could have a more flexible arrangement where the president can call in any 2 who happen to be available or who've put themselves, yes, this week we have a roster, so this week I am available and this person is available for anything that may arise under the rules. So that's another way I think that you can deal with this issue. Now, why am I in favor of decentralization? In a former life, I was the chairman of the arbitration committee of the Bar Council, and many concerns were expressed to me, maybe not always fairly, about the appointment, the selection of arbitrators, that because only one person made every decision about the selection of arbitrators, there was a concern about the suitability and the selection of arbitrators in certain instances. If you have a court and the arbitrator and the president, whoever it is, although being the legal appointing authority, but has to consult with 2 or 3 others, you would then have people able to act as a check and balance. Is there a problem? And to be fair, president will have so many things to do. Whoever is put up, they may not be able to know. If you have other voices, they may say, no, perhaps this person isn't suitable for this kind of a dispute. There are issues with this person. You know, there's a greater drawing from the arbitral community of problems that may arise in certain circumstances. So I am in favor of consultation with practitioners when you're doing appointments. Local practitioners, perhaps when you're dealing with a local arbitration, and international practitioners, perhaps when you're dealing with a cross-border arbitration.
Well, thank you very much for pointing out about the concerns we had in one person, bearing in mind that it's still in one person in the form of the director. What steps then ought to be in place to ensure the integrity of the whole process is never compromised?
Isn't it? How do you ensure integrity? I mean, I think there has to be complete transparency within the system. So if you have an appointing, if it's the court, one of the things that will be shown to the court is how many appointments is this person getting? Is somebody getting 10 appointments in a year? Why? You shouldn't be, you know, if you're doing your job properly, you shouldn't be able to do more than 2 or 3 arbitrations in a year. You know, it also raises questions. And what is the suitability? And this would be, of course, the job of the registrar. What is the suitability of this proposed nominated arbitrator for this area? So you don't get an expert in corporate law, for example, dealing with an arbitration that is construction, that is, you know, or engineering matters. So there should be that kind of process and an explanatory note as to why these persons are being proposed and how many times they have been proposed, appointed, not proposed. It's the number of appointments that's important.
In the interest of time, I would not be necessarily inviting every thought leader here to share their views on each point that I raise. But I've heard the message that there must be transparency. How do we then ensure that that transparency is honored? Should there be full availability or as much availability of the whole process, be it on the website or on some material that the user and the community is then aware if he or she chooses to find out what and how the institution actually functions, and these concerns about how many appointments has a particular individual obtained. I understand there are certain jurisdictions that put on their website the name of every panelist, be it as adjudicator or arbitrator, and will insert on that website the number of appointments in what kind of matter, with the date, the necessary information without breaching confidentiality. Would that kind of information be welcoming? And in addition to that, going back to our core conversation, which is about the court, how we compose, how we sit, what it sits, what it when it sits, how it does a function, should information about that be made available? Remember my remark about wanting to find out about some institutions. I couldn't find any information out there. Should Malaysia, the AIAC Court of Arbitration, when established, when it comes into business, put as much information out there for the user to, in order to instill confidence, to engender greater confidence and trust in the institution, more particularly having heard the reasons why, some of the reasons why we've reached where we have reached. Leng San, since you have quite a bit of experience sitting in the court, how much transparency should there be?
Right. Thank you. Again, my personal view is it's not a bad idea to give out some information about what the AIAC court is. As Dato says, maybe SIAC has little to almost no information. LCIA has on its website an organizational structure explaining the different divisions within LCIA. And perhaps it's not a bad idea to have something out there that is public, explaining what is the function of the AIAC court, which would include what does the president do, what does the vice president do, and what does the AIAC court do, including its powers. But internally, well, there are two things to watch out for. One is that you cannot be too prescriptive, because the functions of all these people, president, AIAC court, and registrar, are also captured in your rules, AIAC rules that that have been drafted. So you do not want a conflict between AIAC rules and something you put on the website or a separate document. So you need to be very high level to explain what the functions and powers are, but as to what they actually do on an AIAC arbitration, that's governed by the rules. The other thing, matter of caution, is that for some internal processes, you do not want to be too prescriptive as well, because there might be an internal operating procedure. Brianna talks about flexibility, agility. These are examples of how you would communicate between the different divisions, how who would you consult, things like that. Because as with every company, if you want your organization to be efficient, you have a standard operating procedure, internal procedure, but as you know, it cannot be so rigid that you cannot change it. The moment you find that there's a flaw, you might just change it that week or that day. So this would be my observations.
Oh, Leng San, I thought you were going to speak as senior counsel to say that it would be fertile ground for lawyers to think of challenge and the whole integrity of appointment process, who actually is the deciding mind behind it. But, I'm sure fertile minds out there already exploring the possibilities. Brianna, HKIAC finds transparency, like all others, very, very important. How is that supported in the organization?
Well, mostly it's published on the website. So HKIC obviously has its sets of rules. The key ones, probably for today's purposes, are the administered arbitration rules, and then there are various other rules that the Secretariat will use to administer a case. But you can also go onto the HKIC website and find practice notes, which give guidance on things like how HKIC administers arbitrator challenges, or how we make decisions around consolidating arbitrations. And there is a move to create more practice notes. Actually, there's a move towards greater transparency. From my personal perspective, I think it's absolutely right that you can't be too prescriptive. You need to maintain some flexibility. But with that in mind, I can't see any reason not to be fully transparent about how the process works, so that users and most importantly, lawyers, who are really at the coalface, understand how the institution makes decisions, so they can explain that to their clients. There's a set procedure. And also, frankly, if we do go down the route of having rolling committees of people, it's really important that the institution's practice remains consistent, regardless of the membership of those committees over time. And I think that's another very good reason to have relatively granular procedures published, so that both the institution and the users are aware of how these decisions are made and can decide if that's what they're happy with when they choose an institution to administer their arbitrations.
So it's a lesson, a very important lesson to bear in mind. Part of that accountability, if you want confidence, you must have transparency, you must have enough information out there. But more important, that information must be informative, and there must be consistency in decisions, in procedures which are set in place. I want to go on to adjudication. I'm sure it strikes at the hearts of many in the audience this morning. Adjudication, how is it going to work when we're talking about speedy disposal decisions have to be made? In my short 3 weeks as sitting as director, I'm bombarded with applications for decisions that have to be made as far as appointments, nominations are concerned. 5-day work timeline. When I brought up this question, and it's a very important facet of the Court of Arbitration's work, because the amendment has been made to our relevant legislation here, which we fondly typify it as SEPA, and it now goes to the extent of I'm going to SEPA you. It has become a verb, and it's no longer an acronym. So quite interesting, the Malaysian audience. None of them wanted to talk about it because they all said, I've no experience in it. But Nitin, you can't get away with it just because you're now affiliated with ICC. You come from a firm that has large practice in ADR. You sat on the ADR committee for the longest time. Is this court going to work, bearing in mind that the practice of statutory adjudication is what? Fast, rough justice? Is it going to get any rougher?
As I said, I have my doubts about whether you can actually involve the Court of Arbitration in the SEPA process, because it's the president, and the only person in the SEPA legislation is the president, not the whole Court of Arbitration. And to use your expression, fertile minds will pick on anything to challenge SEPA awards. And because it's a novel point, it will go all the way to the federal court, and it will be stayed, or stays will be sought at every stage, which defeats the purpose of SEPA. But you're right. The purpose of SEPA is, what's the expression? Quick and dirty decisions. And so you really don't want a layer of bureaucracy that will slow it down. I'm not convinced that you want the Court of Arbitration to play a major role in the SEPA process, but I do agree with the points made earlier that you do want more transparency in the form of practice notes, setting out the general considerations that the president of the court will take in making the appointment decisions, for example. So that would be helpful. And maybe also publishing how many times, I don't do adjudication, so I have no vested interest in this, but there are complaints that certain adjudicators were given repeat appointments and others were completely overlooked. So it would be helpful to publish how many times has this person been appointed. And maybe you have tiers of adjudicators as well. I think there already is informal tiers of adjudicators who deal with different values of claims. And that may be formalized so that people have some understanding that when they come for SIPA, the person who is deciding them is going to be from a particular tier because of a certain level of expertise they have already achieved in doing adjudications or construction disputes. I don't know whether that's going too much. We're heaping a lot of work with all these suggestions. We're heaping a lot of work on the shoulders of the Protem committee, I'm afraid. But I think these are things that should have been done over an extended period of time, haven't been done because we've had an over-centralized system, and do need to be done, albeit perhaps,
Well, that's part of the horizon, isn't it? That's what's meeting Malaysia over the horizon. Very important concerns. Adjudication appears to require a slightly different touch or special practice notes. In addition, by the way, the arbitration center here does issue practice notes. We perhaps need to make greater publicity about those practice notes. And insofar as adjudication is concerned, there needs to be, it needs to be specially softly treated. And talking about softly treated, let me move on to now your work. When you have done all that work of hearing the arbitration proceedings and writing that award, here comes this matter of review or scrutiny by the Court of Arbitration. AIAC has a technical review. Sometimes, as I said, it's called scrutiny. Should the Court of Arbitration or arbitral institutions, like other arbitral institutions, continue this exercise of scrutiny or review of awards, who should be doing this function? The court itself, by the president, again going to those little committees? How many should be doing this process? Ling San?
I think the process of review should be retained, is useful. Not all institutions do it. ICC does, as IAC does. I think unless Hong Kong IAC has changed, it doesn't do a technical review. But if you are going to have the AIC court, you should draw on the experience of the members and perhaps have maybe just one of them being consulted by the registrar and the secretariat, who should still do the bulk of the work. Now, just to put it in context, what the review does is not to try to change the arbitrator's decision on the merits or on any of the issues in dispute. There are a few things that the review should do. Check for clerical errors, check that the reasoning is clearly articulated, can be followed, right? Check that the arbitrator has actually dealt with all the issues submitted, and check that the arbitrator has not made a decision on something that has not been submitted. So these are all matters of processes. And that's why actually sometimes it can be useful as someone just reading it, just to tell the arbitrator, point out something to the arbitrator. Shouldn't you be addressing this?
Thank you. So the object of it, clerical, not on the merits, but yet we find the courts, when faced with an enforcement application, have reached levels of describing that award which has been scrutinized to be inherently incoherent. Brianna, what happened to the secretariat in such instances, or the committees or the court? Despite having scrutinized and reviewed, we have the courts looking at it and said, goodness me, I mean, the court never said it, but I'm plucking a phrase from a decision which described an award which I believe had been scrutinized to some degree as inherently incoherent.
Yeah, I mean, that particular example is obviously very unfortunate and luckily I think quite rare, but it is a very good reminder that any scrutiny process needs to work. I don't know what happened in the background of that case. Others might, but obviously you should never ever be in that position as an institution that one of your awards gets to court on that kind of question. So it just, to my mind, it points to the point that's been made already, that whatever process is put in place has to be effective and it has to be efficient. Scrutiny, I think, is a process that can really bog down an institution and really affect its efficiency rates and therefore its reputation and therefore people's willingness to use it. So I think almost more than anything, that has to be got right. And, you know, a lot of that, to my mind, is about having the people who are best placed to scrutinize. And there's an argument that if you're just talking about a technical review in terms of, you know, has process been carried out? Are there any obvious computational errors or you know, sort of things that have been missed? Arguably, the best person to do that is the person who's administered the case from the outset, and that would usually be a member of the Secretariat. Having said that, if you want greater expertise, greater experience, then you probably are looking at one or a couple of court members doing the scrutiny. But I think it's an existential question for institutions, the level of scrutiny that they want to offer of the award. And that has to be balanced off their ability to conduct it efficiently. So that's something that I think, I'm sure the Protem committee is already looking at, but it's, you know, it's crucial.
Just again to check on whether the audience have gone to sleep again, thinking of its tea break. How many in this audience favor a scrutiny or review of the awards by the Court of Arbitration? Show of hands. All right, you favor. Let's have a look at who doesn't want any scrutiny or review of any degree. Did you put your hand up twice? All right, so I do see a slight favoring of scrutiny and more than no scrutiny. So the level of scrutiny or review is a matter of decision that the center will have to consider. Now, since Malaysia's implementation of this Court of Arbitration is generally a late start compared to the other jurisdictions, should we be taking into account all these lessons that have been learned? Obviously, isn't it? We should be. But what really would be the main pitfall that we should avoid, and what is the best lesson we can learn? Staying with you still, Brianna.
I think, as was mentioned earlier, Malaysia has the advantage of having a clean slate and being able to create the court from scratch in a very considered, deliberate way, and to draw learning from all of the other institutions who've gone before. So I think for my money, it's around deciding what are the priorities for AIAC as an institution. What does it want to be known for? What kind of talent it wants to attract to the composition of the court, and really cherry picking the best of practice from its key competitors. Really, not that I'm suggesting anything untoward, but you know, you do have the advantage of being able to take a bird's eye view, as we've done a little bit this morning, and decide which way you want to go. You know, I think the question of degree of scrutiny and level of case administration, both by the Secretariat and by the court, is a really crucial question, because it does go to how the institution performs and how it's perceived as to whether you're going to get an efficient process. The other thing I would just flag that I think it's important to build into the process is being seen as an institution, as a court that values diversity, that isn't just appointing the same people, as has already been flagged, that provides opportunities to younger practitioners or newer practitioners. And there's a real opportunity there to do that.
Thank you, Brianna. ICC, from your experience, I know it's you've only just started, but Nitin, what would be a pitfall, the largest pitfall to avoid, and the best to take away?
I think the ICC processes, though they have a value, can sometimes slow down. So it's the balance, as has already been raised, between efficiency on the one hand and you know, a level of certainty and surety to the general public about what you're doing. The ICC processes may be a little slower. They may have opted more towards the greater scrutiny and greater steps, which slows down the procedural steps a little more in the interests of creating greater confidence in the system. But because the ICC is so well established and is so international, it perhaps has a greater ability, you know, that there's less pressure on it. The AIAC, the question is, what is going to be the comparative advantage, the selling point of the AIAC? Is it going to be efficiency and speed? Is it going to be the level of competency of the arbitrators? Is it going to be the level of competency of the court? And I think you will have to, once you've decided where your core competency is going to be, you will have to adjust your processes and procedures and look at which of the existing arbitral institutions focuses, that's the selling point for that institution, and perhaps draw the lessons more from that institution than other institutions.
With both Brianna and Nitin, I think it's a balance. So the most important thing is that as AIC aspires to become trusted, to have this AIC court of people that gives assurance to the quality, it doesn't get bogged down on bureaucracy and procedures that are so rigid that it slows down the process, because many institutions struggle with time, with delays, even the good ones, even the reputable ones. So you got to look at the procedures to ensure that you do not overlayer it with too many steps, too much prescription, and you must maintain the agility.
Thank you. Very, very wise words. That's much for Malaysia, for AIC, for the Protem committee to mull over. I make no apologies on the fact that we have taken up so much of your time. These are very important issues, decisions. You are going to make those hard choices. You will be making those recommendations. You will be making that decision as to whether or not you're going to have that fertile mind to challenge and to see what really we have here. Is it something that's workable or otherwise? Time is not, unfortunately, something I can control, and neither can any one of you, but I believe I should keep my promise. I'm going to open the floor to 2 questions. Thank you. Prof. Hartini, would you like to take the mic, please?
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Yes, thank you so much, Dato Mary. My name is Hartini. I'm the legal advisor of UITM, and I am also the ICM Exco member. I just have one question, Dato, and congratulations to all the speakers. I think this is very enlightening session. So what I gather here today is that a court of arbitration is neither a court, as we all understand, nor arbitrator. So mainly the function is mainly administrative and not judicial. So I was wondering, because I have a huge passion in law and technology, and that is actually my area. I was wondering if we are actually speaking about balancing, like Nitin just now, Datuk Nitin mentioned, about balancing between the efficacy and the level of accuracy, assurance. Don't you think that we can use any sophisticated technological tool like AI, for example, that to a certain extent, when we talk about accuracy, I think, that can be discharged by leveraging this technology. And we can actually keep human intervention, what we call human in the loop, very, very limited. And I think hence it can actually address some of the challenges that were mentioned earlier, which I'm not sure to what extent AIAC rules. The committee is considering that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the question. Who wants to have AI Court of Arbitration? Brianna, is Hong Kong going that way? Would you like to take that question, please?
Not that I'm aware of yet. It's a really good question, though, and it's making me think. I don't have a ready answer to that because I don't have a good enough knowledge of how the process would work. The dinosaur in me's initial reaction is that to retain the real benefits of having thought leaders on your court is going to be hard to replace by AI. But I'm prepared to be proven wrong in a few years' time.
I think I need to correct one misimpression from that question. Although we use the word administrative, the importance of the AIC court is that the members do not just make administrative decisions. They actually make value judgments, for example, on whether arbitrators should be replaced, should be removed, whether sometimes depending on where you divide the task, on whether something should be consolidated. So it's not something that you just leave to a robot. And for accuracy in arbitration, I wouldn't use AI because just 2 days ago, my son, out of fun, asked ChatGPT, who is Chan Ling San? And the first thing that came out was Chan Ling San was born in Singapore.
Absolutely wrong, Chan Ling San, born in Singapore. Nitin, do you wish to contribute?
So I'm not so sure how it would work. The one thing that I was discussing, and it isn't really the court in the context of the Court of Arbitration, but I had an interesting discussion the other day about whether arbitrators can use AI in writing their awards, not in making the decision, which clearly they have to do, but whether they can use the AI process to generate the flow of reasoning and how you would trap that flow of reasoning. And of course, what comes to mind is that famous Russian oil case where somebody did a reverse analysis of the reasoning in order to identify that it wasn't actually drafted by any of the arbitrators and then challenge the award on that basis. So I'm very cautious about the use of AI because what you're paying for, what you're paying the arbitrators, the institution for, is the brains of its president and the brains and experience of the Court of Arbitration. What you're paying the arbitrator for, again, is his brains and his thought process, not the thought process of AI. But it's a very interesting question, and it's one I suspect that the judiciary also has to think about, the use of AI in decision-making processes, even in the judiciary.
Well, you're here to listen to these three, but I think it's important for me to then do the connection. I will respond to Prof. Hartini's question in 3 ways. First, judiciary way before its time, before anyone thought about it, we have already introduced AI into criminal sentencing. And the person responsible for it is none other than person sitting in the front here, Tan Sri David. Because of the lack of consistency, he allowed the courts in Sabah to introduce that because it was just so obvious this lack of inconsistency was bringing about injustice. So it's already happening. A second point I want to make is that it's using it as a tool for your decision making. And if you go to the Shenzhen International Arbitration Center, I haven't been, but I've watched Winnie Thiam in the ICA conference recently described about the facilities at the Shenzhen International Arbitration Center. When it comes to award writing, the AI works out the whole scope of the award for you. It's got the narrative set out, the documents, you tick the boxes, and you basically, it's like buying a ticket for the London Underground. Just click where you want to go and there you get the answer. And if you want to make an award for this particular relief, here's the number. And if it's something else, that's the other number. But there is, of course, still thought process. The third point I want to make is recently we had a conversation in Hong Kong, captioned under Talk of the Town. And Professor Min Lee Tang said she wouldn't be surprised that we dinosaurs are going to be overrun, that AI arbitration will take place in a more definitive way than what we suspect. Second question, if there isn't any. Yes, there is, right at the back of the hall, please. Step forward. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. And I'm speaking to?
My name is Lyra Gomez.
So-
I'm not Malaysian. I'm from the Philippines.
Welcome.
But I'm residing here. So
Welcome again.
yeah, thank you so much. I have a very brief question. What would be the solution for an entity whose arbitral award cannot be enforced by reason of a Supreme Court decision? And the decision of the Supreme Court is that that arbitral award cannot be enforced because of public policy standard. Thank you.
I do not believe that question is within the remit, with the greatest respect, of this discussion. You've just given us fodder for the next topic if we're going to have another conference. So, and next session, so after session, third session. In the third session, they will discuss this. So do stay around for the third session. Tan Sri David here in the front has indicated he's going to answer that space. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I hope it has addressed many of your concerns, queries, things that you're not sure about this Court of Arbitration that Malaysia wants to set in place. I hope it's given you greater confidence in this entity that we're going to bring about. Please join me in thanking the experts, Brianna, Nitin, and Leng San. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you once again to our panel of speakers and our moderator for the very insightful session. And of course, a very special thank to Ms. Brianna Young, who woke up again very early to join us today. We would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Dato Almalena to come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. Before we proceed to the next session for the day, we will be having a short 5 minutes break. We will be commencing again with the second session at 12:05. We will see you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will be commencing the event shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We will be commencing the event shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can kindly take your seats, we will begin shortly with session 2. If you can kindly take your seats, we will begin with session 2. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly request that you remain seated? We will be commencing the event shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the second session of our event entitled ALCO Synergy, Empowering Regional Unity in Dispute Settlement. Now to begin this session, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Danish Chandran, to come up on stage and lead the discussion alongside Mr. Nick Chan. And joining us virtually will be Ms. Jacqueline. We've been told that she's got a couple of technical issues and she'll be joining slightly late, maybe in about 5 minutes.
All right, very good afternoon, and welcome to all of you. I don't know how do we look here from just two people having a chat, but this is ALCO. ALCO is all for one, one for all, so it's okay. So we are having, we have just been notified by Mr. Wilfred is not able to join us. He's a director of the Regional Center for Commercial Arbitration in Lagos. He's not able to be with us, unfortunately due to unforeseen circumstances. But however, Ms. Jacqueline Oyuyo will be joining us virtually, but they will clock in at 12:30 because of all the time differences. And of course, we have the younger center of ALCO with us, the late and the latest, Mr. Nick Chan, who's physically with us, the director of the ALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center. So this, I think we have almost suppose we're having a participation of 4 ALCO centers, and myself also from the AIAC, and we have a participation of 4 ALCO centers out of 6 that we have at the moment. So the one that we are not able to, Dr. Ismail is not able to be with us due to the distance and time from Cairo, and also Dr. Ali from Tehran. Other than that, we have other ALCO centers have indicated their preference. This is not the only occasion that we will be working together or to discuss on issues pertaining to this particular session, which is on ALCO synergy, which is empowering regional unity in the economic and commercial dispute settlement. And for me personally, I rarely do moderation. I think I have never, did I? I've never done. So this is
Would you like me to moderate for you?
Moderating in other panels and sessions, but not in the AIAC. But I think it was quite significant for us to participate, for me personally, on behalf of the management, on behalf of the entire management and the team, to sit here and to sit with a fellow ALCO center to discuss on our regional cooperation and the synergy and how this kind of centers is going to advance ADR in the region and the world. So that is something different. In this session that you are seeing today, the difference that we are seeing is, compared to many arbitral centers that we work together, one difference that we have in AIAC and also in Hong Kong Center, of course, now is that the centers are under the auspices of ALCO. And that is the difference, that why we are an international organization, and we are also been accorded with the immunity and privileges by the government of Malaysia, and the setup itself is quite different in that nature. And what does that mean? What does this mean? What does ALCO means? What does ALCO centers means? This is something not known to many people. I believe this is something that is not many people knows, and many people may understand that an international organization. And I think me and Nick are people who've been keep talking about it. Many predecessors have been talking about this for many years, about ALCO, international organization. So some of you would have heard about it, would have understand the existence of such centers. But one of the very peculiar thing that I would like to bring to this floor about ALCO is there is a special mandate that are given to all centers. That is quite different than any other arbitral centers that will usually operate, which is the mandate is, of course, one is the peculiar one is, of course, it's about not-for-profit centers. So they are not operating in the basis of course, profit, but that doesn't mean we don't have to make money. We have to survive, we have to self-sustain and things like that. So that will continue to be something that we will do as a business entity as well. But the major mandate that was given to all ALCO centers is basically to look at the development of arbitration and ADR in the Asian and African regions as a whole, and of course to bring it to the world, and to coordinate all kind of existing arbitral institutions, particularly if possible among these two regions, Africa and Asian, and to render assistance in all forms of arbitration, be that ad hoc or any other administered by the centers, which are under the UNCITRAL arbitration rules. And of course, we are also assisting on enforcement of arbitration award, and to make sure that we continue to work with the host government, whichever the country this kind of centers is established. Today, as I told you, we have 6 centers. And where you are today, AIAC is quite significantly important, that you have the oldest center sitting on your right, which is, I am representing AIAC, being the oldest arbitration center under ALCO, which was established way back in 1978. Then you have the youngest center that was set up by ALCO just 2 years ago in 2022. 2022, ALCO center was set up in Hong Kong. So this is how, and then in between you have 4 other centers as well, making altogether 6 centers. So this is the mandate, this is where we are. And ALCO has 48 member states today. Started with, I was told, it was started with 7 Asian states way back in 1956. And today, you have almost 48 member states, including all our neighboring countries, including Singapore, are all member states of ALCO. And under the ALCO auspiciousness, we have six arbitration center, one of which is AIAC, ALCO, and other centers. This is just a brief history. We can keep talking about it and how is the formation and how we come about and what was the rationale behind. I already told you the mandate. The question, let's go straight to the question that I'm going to pose to Nick Chan, is basically, as we are moving forward in terms of what I would say is that as a regional center that works together, how do these centers going to create all these 6 arbitration centers, regional centers that we have, be that, how are we particularly, I would like to hear, of course, they would like to hear about ALCO Hong Kong specifically. You have to do that. You have been paid to come here for that. So you're going to do that, promote that. Right after that, right after talking about that, we will then move on slightly a bit more to expand and say the second part of the question they're going to answer is how can we make an impact and how can we be different than other centers, other arbitral centers. Okay?
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Friends, thanks for having me in Malaysia. I thank AIAC, Datuk, for the invitation. So I think if you look at the historical context, in 1955 there's the Bandung Conference. In that time and space, a lot of countries, a lot of jurisdictions just came out of being a colony. So countries need to work together to learn from each other how to write the constitution, how to maintain peace and prosperity. So what we're doing together, I think, apart from resolving disputes, is to help drive economic growth in our own countries and in the region and beyond. And with that mandate, we work closely together, our brother, sister centers, 6 now. Could be more coming, we'll see. You know, these 48 countries, jurisdictions together have 2/3 of the world's population. There's a particular uniqueness now with this geopolitical world. There are certain countries that are not physically based in, of course, Asia, not based in Africa, and that does have a big say in some parts of the world through various means. But these 48 jurisdictions often get together, and we have our annual session in Thailand, this time in Thailand, next month. So we'll be getting together again to talk about how, for example, how we could improve arbitration systems, dispute settlement systems. Think about in the 1970s, in 1978 in particular, when AIAC was established by ALCO by way of international law. So it's not a local agreement, local law, by way of international law. So I understand you might have a birth certificate, but AIAC might not have a business registration, incorporation certificate, right? So same here for us. We established by international law, have the same standing as consul general offices, consulate offices, and in Hong Kong, the police or the military, they cannot come into your office. It's a consular general office protection. Is that the same here? Probably, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
You wouldn't need
at
it,
the
but,
moment.
yes, yes.
But we can't. We are it has been a diplomatic compound.
Right. So similar in that sense. So in some ways, some seniors have taught me to think of it this way. There are arbitration. I mean, the fact is, there's no one center that is most suitable for everyone. For a different case, there are different centers to be used. So definitely, and we have referred cases to AIAC, and AIAC have referred cases to us. It's really about not just whether how much case we have or how much money that we seem to, disputes we seem to resolve, but it's about how our overall mission is to help drive economic growth, reduce disputes, bring about a more peaceful world, right? That's what we stand for. So when we go to our annual sessions, we could be looking at the delegates, mostly diplomats. They'll be looking at human rights issues, how to bring about e-commerce growth, and law of the sea, all that. But wrapped around all that, or related to all that, is that, the blood flow to economies is international trade and investment. When you have a lot of international trade and investment, just like where I'm from, Hong Kong SAR of China, Special Administrative Region China. In China, I think last year alone we have about $98 billion in trade with Malaysia. And so we, with more cases, more contracts, more projects together, they're bound to be the need to resolve disputes. So we need to find the right dispute resolution center. And going back to seniors were saying, there are 4 types of dispute resolution centers, and really different cases should go to a different one perhaps. But let's say the 4 different ones. Let's think about categories, not particular ones, categories. There are ones that are set up by people in a company, and they earn revenue, dividend from what they do. They make an investment, set up a business, the business of providing dispute resolution services, and they make money that way. I would say in some ways that would affect how they run the center. They might, how to make it more profitable and return, shareholder value, right? Create shareholder value, return on investment. Ours is a bit different. So that's one category. Another category would be set up by chambers of commerce. ICC, for example, I mean, there are chambers of commerce who set up the dispute resolution center. We have looked into entering to MOU with some Middle Eastern chamber dispute resolution center, but we look more closely. It's set up by the name is grand, but it's set up by an international, a local chamber of commerce, and run by the chamber of commerce. And when you submit a dispute to them, imagine you are, some of you are in fact lawyers. If you are to counsel your client to go to a place for neutral venue for dispute resolution, would you ask your client, suggest for a client to go to chambers, dispute resolution center, if the chambers members or directors are somehow actual or perceived to be related? You may or may not, right? There are then some that are set up by countries themselves, and then there's this, which is set up by now under auspices of 48 countries. So we share our knowledge, we discuss our technology, how we use. A friend in the first session talked about AI. We could talk a bit more about that. We use AI a lot in Hong Kong as well as here. So we are learning to promote sports industry with Olympics, FIFA, right? So we've been reaching out to AIAC seeking for help about how can we do more sports dispute resolution. And it's not just locally, but regionally. Of course, I mean, there are many sports fans in the room, in the coffee break, I understand. But do you always have to go to Switzerland for resolving a global South or Asia, Africa dispute? Well, you could, but you don't necessarily have to. So maybe these are things we could work together on. And adjudication, for example. you guys are leading the pack in the world, AIAC. And as a sister brother center, we're proud of what you've achieved.
We fight hard to continue to be that.
Yes. So we would want to also learn from that and help the construction industry in Hong Kong, in our region, resolve disputes that way. If I just jump a bit on sports, for example, I serve on the East Asia Football Federation, and there we have 10 jurisdictions in this part of the world. And then we're trying to learn from that as well, how to resolve sports disputes. In Japan, for example, I trying to learn, but it's not easy because I go online, it's all in local language. You can tell immediately that it's not internationally focused. But they've been able to get most of the sports institutions locally, so national sports associations, to sign up to resolve the disputes there. Partly a government policy, but after all, it's local. But what about the rest of us in Asia? We have AIAC here, and if you have too full, too busy sometimes, or you know, if people are closer to other parts of the world, or northern part of Asia, maybe it's easier to work here. We have a nice center in Hong Kong, which we welcome our friends here to work together with us. But I'm just saying these 2 centers, but there are 6 centers, right? So we can all work closely together. To learn more about, as a new kid on the block, only 2 years on as a center, regional center now based in Hong Kong. We are making a trip to South Africa and to Egypt. So we'll be going to Joburg, we're going to Cape Town, going to Cairo, and we're going in October. We welcome our friends of AIAC to come along as well. And we recognize we don't just bring lawyers, we want to bring policy setters, lawmakers. And my other hat is actually elected serving congressman, so I do make laws and set policies. And I think we should do, we can't win it, no one should or could win it all. It's really about winning together. So that's why I definitely come and make this special trip here to support this event. But in terms of how we can and should work together, I think there's so many things. In our panel in Hong Kong, we have recently paneled another 100 arbitrators. I'm embarrassed to say together they have, guess how many years of experience they have? 100 arbitrators. Combined 3,500 years. But we, of course, we want to capacity build. We want young members to. We have quite a few actually applicants and successful applicants from this part of the world, from Malaysia, and we want that. We are setting up appointment committees. I love your court idea. So we also have listing committees and appointment committees, and we're hoping we could maybe invite someone from this part of the world to join us, and also to help resolve cases. We want to be gender diverse and inclusive, all that, but it has to be cost effective. So that's some of the, I think, powerful things ELCO together can do. And I would like to raise, we all are aware of the New York Convention, right, for enforcement of awards. And what I found with ELCO in the last 2 years, and more because of preparatory time, but but at least in the past 2 years, what we've seen is if the parties meet problems in enforcing arbitral awards, and because ELCO is backed by our secretariat headquartered in India, and we have 48 countries, a lot of secondments from different countries, diplomats working in our head office, India. And if we have it's more like a notional head office. It's physical building and all that, but it's just notional between Middle Asia and Africa. And India's been very supportive from the start. So if we have problems in enforcing under the New York Convention, we have another diplomatic channel to work with our diplomats to help with that. With that, I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have come to the end of session. Just joking. I think that was a very good introduction, comprehensive introduction that was given to the corporation, regional corporation, and also how the centers should and how we should work together, and also to work on various areas. And I think, like what Nick pointed out, we have AIAC is still new for sport arbitration. We have not registered a case, so it is something new. We have introduced the rules just this year. we launched the rules for sports arbitration. So this is an area that we are still exploring. And I think over the years, since 1978, there are many ways, not only to see the ways that we have, how we have done well. I think we have also learned things that how we should not do any longer, how we should make improvement, how we can do betterment, how centers can become better to serve the community and also the fraternity as a whole. And I think with that, where the restructuring, the reforms that has been started here in AIAC to better improve the system and the services that we are giving, especially to the ADR. And as much as we are called as the arbitration center, AIAC does not only do, AIAC particularly do not only have services related to arbitration, but also on adjudication. We have domain name dispute. We also do mediation. So that makes a comprehensive ADR center. And for adjudication, I think we are the appointing authority since the very beginning. Like you have correctly pointed out, is for the past 10 years, and we are now having various memorandum of understanding with other centers. So I think the cooperation between ALCO centers go across beyond even within the ALCO centers. It also works with many other centers. And I think we have seen today, we have a memorandum of understanding that we have just signed with another regional center that we have in Sabah. How we're going to work together to further develop Malaysia as a safe seat or premier seat. So this is where every other center is going to be together with us for the same mandate for Asian Africa. And along that, I would like to welcome Ms. Jacqueline Ayuyo Gitenji, a board member from the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for taking the time and joining with us. And we have been just talking about the ALCO centers and how we work together. And I think many may not have heard about the Nairobi Center, which is very I think it was established in 2013. Correct me if I'm wrong. And this is a very interesting center whereby it was established by an Act of Parliament for the Nairobi Center of Arbitration, which was in 2013. Of course, also with the same mandate, which is to promote the international commercial arbitration and other forms of dispute resolution. So I think, as I have been repeatedly telling our audience today, the mandate of ALCO centers are quite different, and they have something to perform, to give back. That also makes why AIAC become the appointing authority for SIPA, which I think SIPA is the Adjudication Act, Domestic Act, and we being the appointing authority for SIPA, it is indeed to make sure that we assist the ADR community at large. That is why governments are entering into agreements with ALCO and even establishing center, even giving assistance. The building you are sitting today, this is not a private building. The building belongs to the government. We operate in financial grant. We don't make huge money. The profits may not even sufficient to survive. So that is how the operations are. But it goes beyond in terms of seeing what are the role that we should play to develop ADR, to work with all stakeholders, to help all other centers to develop together, and ultimately to resolve dispute resolution in a most effective manner. In that, now we are going to go into another question. I'm going to give the question straight to Ms. Jack, who have just joined us, to ask about, maybe we talk about the geopolitical factors and challenges in dispute settlement. And how do we see regional cooperation among ALCO centers, particularly, would be able to assist us in mitigating the impact of geopolitical challenges. And I think Asia and Africa, we have a lot of geopolitical challenges, be that economic instability, be that political instability, at least we are known for that. So we think that we can actually see how do we mitigate this regional cooperation to mitigate such challenges. So after we hear from her, then we will hear from you as well, and then we will go on to the next aspect of the question before we open up to the audience to hear some question. Okay, we still have time. All right, over to you, Ms. Jack.
All right, so it's early morning here, so good afternoon. The geopolitical scene is a very interesting one. I don't know if many of you followed what happened in Kenya, certainly in the last 3 months, where our Gen Z really led a revolution of sorts in terms of rejecting certain aspects of the proposed budget, the government budget for 2024-2025. So that's just one sort of example of what's going on in Africa, courtesy of our Gen Z. Then we saw this replicated in other cities across Africa. So there is that internal revolution going on in terms of resisting and bringing movements for resistance for change, but also, I think, and this will certainly resonate with those of you in Asia, there is also a renewed interest in Africa. Almost a new scramble for Africa, if you will, in terms of resources, in terms of allies. The East-West, I guess, tension has been going on for as long as the Cold War has been ended. So a lot of realignment where we see more and more Western states certainly coming back to Africa to realign after there was a shift towards China specifically for development projects. So all that just means that there's a lot more scrutiny on the African space. There's a lot more interest in the African space. And beyond just our natural resources, I think there's also a growing understanding of the human resource as well. I think we have one of the growing populations across the globe, and that is always tapped into as well by growing economies, if you will. So a constant, let me say, lens being cast on the African domestic scene and the international scene. So having said that, those pre-existing tensions that have continued to grow across the globe have therefore seen states such as the US trying to catch up their foreign policies. I'll be careful to see how that happens after the November elections. Global powers certainly having strategies for Africa, but also then Africa having its own strategies for itself. So there is that tension, if you will, between what we want for ourselves and what others may want from us and for us. So because of that, there has been an increasing, let me say, rejuvenation of regional economic blocs, and we have several across the continent. We have the East African community here in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, increasingly to DRC, to Rwanda, to Burundi, the Horn of Africa as well. So a growing bloc. And some countries are members of more than one regional bloc. So like Tanzania is both a member of the East African community and the Southern African Development Community. Across the West, there's of course ECOWAS, and so a lot of growing regionalism, if you will, but with that also an attempt then for the African states to also galvanize around the African Free Continental Trade Area, the AFCFTA that some of you may have heard of. Within that AFCFTA, there is a dispute resolution mechanism that promotes arbitration, actually. Obviously, it will only apply to member states of the African Union, but it is then a recognition of alternative dispute resolution in the space of commerce across the globe, across the continent, recognizing that where there is commerce, there will be disputes, and we may have different legal systems. So how is it that we bring that all together in a more robust but efficient dispute resolution process? So the mitigation, if you will, is really around recognizing that each state has its own ambitions, if you will. Each region has its own ambitions. The continent has its own ambition. So how is that balanced against any external interest, if you will? And you may have seen that manifest in some of the ISDS disputes that have certainly arisen. There's the PID case in Nigeria. There is the Cortec mining case here in Kenya. So that whole aspect of, as you take advantage of our resources, what is it then that you're doing in terms of your impact? So that regionalism and that Pan-Africanism is also starting to demonstrate in terms of the disputes that we've seen and in terms of the way those disputes are being resolved. I'll pause there and hand it back over to you then, Moderator.
Thank you so much, Jack, for that sharing. Do you want to add on?
Yeah, if I may. So attending a conference like this is helpful. We're learning from Jacqueline from Nairobi, the economy, politics, and situation there, which is one of the fun things I find about being in the ELCO community. When you always get to hear about how things are done elsewhere, and with geopolitical world, and then you look at what we're trying to do is to grow economies, and not so much grow number of disputes, frankly. right? So if you grow economies, you want to help people access markets. To access markets, you have to understand, we have to understand what markets people want to access. And one of them, if you look at our 48 member states, we have Palestine, for example, we have Russia Federation as our observer state. They're not a member, but they're observer state. But it does help with them being there, taking the podium, sharing with us the latest developments and the issues. I mean, you know, after the world wars, you have the United Nations being set up to help foster peace and resolution of disputes in some way. You have the often talked about 5 principles of peace and coexistence, which kind of originated around the time, or I should say strengthened, consolidated during the Bandung Conference in 1955, which is where ALCO is founded upon. And I think there's some common language wherever we go about green tech, green finance, a greener world. And as we appreciate these are the common themes, common goals, where investment money is flowing, we have to anticipate where disputes might happen. So as ALCO centers, we're often able to not just invite one segment of the community, but broader segments. So we would, you know, our typical events, we would have diplomats, we would have historians, we may have economists, business leaders, and dispute resolvers in the room, which we could help to have a shared understanding, learn and share best practices. And I think that's a good way to deal with geopolitical issues and create a shared understanding, a foundation to build more growth and happiness. Thank you.
Well said. I think that gives us some framework to see how we can actually leverage on the strength of each other, and also as not only among the 6 centers that has been in different location physically, but how are we going to leverage on the benefits of all 44 member countries of ALCO? I think 48 member countries of ALCO as of now. And I think we are going to discuss further on this as well when it's going to be the conference, ALCO conference, just next month, where all the member states will be there. The Secretary General of ALCO will also be there, which is based in New Delhi at the moment, will also be there. And we hope that they will be joining us in ADR week in October, and of course also other regional centers of ALCO will also join us at that time, and we will explore further in terms of how each other will be able to leverage in terms of the strengths and of course the geopolitical challenges. It's something that ongoing, and I think in every challenges that we see there are always opportunities, including even in sanctions. We see there are opportunities that we can of course leverage among each other. And this is something I think it's been ongoing among the ALCO centers for many years. And the next part that I would like to see, how do we look at some of the fraudulent practices in arbitration? How can the regional centers, how do the views of the regional centers? We do not have a code of conduct, which especially accepted code of conduct. I think many people have spoke even in this stage. This has been very widely spoken previously. I would just like to hear your views to have a code of conduct among ALCO centers, especially on among the act of arbitrators or ADR practitioners in general, and etc. We have a code of conduct. Every centers have, you have code of conduct by yourself. And how do we harmonize this code of conduct? And also to deal with fraudulent practices in arbitration. When I talk about the fraudulent practices, of course it is something Malaysia has experienced, direct experience in things like this, when related to integrity of the practitioners.
Talking about the Sulu case?
One of which is the Sulu case, in which the Malaysia was a direct victim of some of the fraudulent practices that has happened in the arbitration world. And how can we respond to things like this? How can the regional centers can work together? How can we come up with something that maybe something that can be further explored next month, but what are the things that in your views that we can basically do in order to, I'm not sure a regional code of conduct is something that we can consider just to address and prevent such fraudulent practices. If there are, then just to understand further about that, And also because this really undermining the integrity of the ADR, specifically in recent times. Of course, we have many other ways to overcome that, but I would just like to hear on this point alone, and then we can see, and then I will take you to another question that would be your area. Maybe we can hear from Nick first, then we hear from...
Sure. Thank you. Well, I think we, being you know, a family of 6, it's easier for us to start something together and then build it as a not quite global but a multi-regional best practice. And it is in our mandate after all. I'm embarrassed to say it as a new kid on the block, 2 years on, but you know, our regional mandate between the 48 countries of then 47 and our host country mandates require us to look into harmonizing best practice in arbitration. And so certainly, you know, best practice or conduct guide or code against fraudulent practice, certainly something we have been looking into and should be looking into together. So there are, I mean, you think of, tying with your earlier question, if there are illegal unilateral sanctions against certain countries, there are money flow issues, then, or first of all, I mean, is it a fraud? I mean, are you allowed to deal with, do you deal with Russian cases here?
I think so. We can deal with Russian cases, even despite the sanctions.
And then there are jurisdictions that restrict currency flow, and sometimes fraudsters would try to steal or make up arbitration case or mediation case so that they could move the money. So you know, we have a lot of pairs of eyes here. We can use big data. We can use AI. We would have a sniff test as well, right? So we have a good idea, but how do we institutionalize all this across different regions and have a fair playing field? Jacqueline, what do you think?
All right.
Jacqueline?
Maybe starting domestically, indeed, the likelihood of fraud is what led us here in Kenya to go back to the drawing board and develop a national policy on alternative dispute resolution. That policy is currently sitting with our House of Parliament for approval, along with a revised Arbitration Act, an adjudication bill, and also a general ADR bill. The reason for that is really just to streamline conduct. So as was rightly said, each center has its own code of conduct, but when we broaden to deal with either centers outside of our own or indeed jurisdictions outside of our own, then what are the things that we are mindful to look out for? And some of them have already been mentioned. And it's not really to talk about sort of the training aspects of dispute resolution in terms of how you come up as a practitioner, but once you're a practitioner, then what is the standard to which you are held? Is there a common standard? Is there a common understanding of what you can or cannot do? And generally, the law tends to move slower than practice. So where is the opportunity in terms of emerging fields of practice? Data protection and privacy, for example. AI has been mentioned. Is it all right for an arbitrator, for example, to essentially render or draft an award largely using artificial intelligence? And if they do, what disclosures need to be made or what exclusions need to be made? So lots of conversations around what it is that you can or cannot do as a practitioner, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, and growing ahead of commerce in terms of as much as commerce diversifies, then how are we making sure the rules are diverse enough and broad enough to cover different aspects of fraud as fraud also becomes more sophisticated, so to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said. I think also maybe for the benefits of the audience, Ms. Jack, she also played a critical role in the development of the national policy on ADR in Kenya. And of course, she has been instrumental in many of the national policies that are related to ADR, that shaping the ADR in Kenya. And I think also, likewise, I think I did not mention earlier when Mr. Nick is another interesting position that he's holding is also the chairman of EBRAM, the International Online Dispute Resolution Center, which is the one that is spearheading the ODR platform development. So I think as we are I'm taking you all to the areas of cooperation where the centers can play, from the area where we saw from the geopolitical challenge to see on the code of conduct and fraudulent practices in which we can also cooperate. And the next aspect that we want to talk is actually your area, which you have just touched a bit on it, which is how do we leverage on technology and AI and innovation specifically. And this is something because you're also the chair of the IBRAM.
Former chair.
And
Yes.
at the moment, but you already have in Hong Kong center, maybe you may want to share what you have now, which I think a value add and also advantage to you, which we don't have, something that you should share with us. And then we can see that, something that maybe Jack may also want to touch upon on this area specifically. And then I think right after that, maybe we can open up for questions because we're getting near to the lunchtime.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So in Hong Kong, we've developed something called ODR platform, right? You might have your own versions of ODR, Online Dispute Resolution Platform. ASEAN countries, economies have set up a committee called the SELI Group, SELI, and recognizing when people do trade, one of the impediment is not being able to resolve disputes cost effectively, not being able to have fair and open access to justice quickly. So in Asia, each 100 companies, there are 97 that are small, medium enterprises, and 97% of this, of all companies do about only 35% of international trade. The other 65% is done by the rest. The 3% does 65% trade. So a survey was done. The result was not surprising, but it's the difference of getting burned and don't want to do international business again because of lack of cultural knowledge or lack of knowledge of other legal systems or laws on culture. So that came about the need and drive to develop online dispute resolution services. In Hong Kong, we have been sharing our best practice, and now, or back then, we have 150 million in funding from the government, and we built our online, yeah, okay. You can share part of that too. No, you can certainly share the fruits of that. So we're happy to license that technology to other dispute resolution centers if interested. But one of the first key things we look at that people ask for is having a specialized video conferencing service. And when we were at the drawing board, we're thinking, well, why don't we just use Zoom or Teams or one of these big platforms? And one of the issues is, if you look carefully, some of these brands, they require the conversation or the data or the client confidential information to go on the cloud, and the cloud element is always US, and you can't uncheck it in some of the systems. So if you're dealing with investor-state disputes, do you really want that always going to a certain country? You may or may not mind, but that's something we need to bear in mind. So in short, you can speak in 50 different languages. You could, you'll be transcribed, so it's quicker, easier, and we can more quickly make a decision. We have a digitized process flow, so that if you were to appoint in 5 days, your adjudication appoint in 5 days, decide in 108 days, a very auspicious number for Chinese as well. Then you digitize that process flow. You can see, who's holding up the process, who should be dealing with it, all that. And in the world of Web 3, 3.0, I should say, where we have to respect, people expect they have data sovereignty. They don't want to. They want to operate online anonymously. I mean, it's not always allowed in certain countries. But if they were to do that, how do you resolve disputes using blockchain, using AI, and so on? So lots to do, lots to think about, lots to improve on. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jack, you want to add more on that point?
Perhaps just one thing, that from a process perspective, obviously it's a balance between efficiency and integrity. And as then we embrace these advanced technologies into dispute resolution, whether it's the use of artificial intelligence, blockchain, data analytics, then as we improve speed and efficiency, how then are we also enabling transparency, possibly through blockchain technology for some assurance, if any, of tamper proofing, cost effectiveness, and these kind of, digital platforms can be significantly high on at the front stage, but gradually then that cost delivers a good return. So is there opportunity within the ALCO membership to leverage on each other's resources whilst balancing the efficiency and integrity that I have already mentioned, ensuring accessibility, providing data-driven insights. So what are these things that we can harness as ALCO member states to advance uptake of alternative dispute resolution, but also ensuring that we are moving together at some level of technological literacy, where safeguarding cybersecurity, any standardization then takes into account any local or regional laws and regulations. So a lot to think about. It's exciting. It's an exciting time to be a practitioner, but also with that excitement then comes the need to safeguard the integrity of the various processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's very well said by both of our panels in terms of how do we leverage in technology and AI. And I think this is an ongoing challenge. We are not there yet. Even for AIAC, there are many things that need to be done in this area for us to further elevate in terms of the usage of technology, AI, and innovation, so that we can better handle our case management, we can better do to service the people. We don't have ODR yet, but this is something that we can work together. I think you have openly said, and we have also discussed before when we were in Hong Kong, things that we will be collaborating together with you is one of the areas is this, that we are actually looking at. But this is basically where the regional centers are. This is what we are presenting to you, and to see on the variety of topics that we have just discussed. And there are many opportunities that when we work together as one in among all the regional centers. And that is also how we should strengthen the networks and the global visibility of all the regional centers, in which that my final questions to wrap up the session, and also to back to the floor for a few questions for us, will be on the ways of collaboration and how these institutions, all these institutions particularly, we are some of them, some of the institutions have several mandates, some of them are doing in certain things as mandated under the law, some are actually playing their role as mandated under the host country agreements, and etc. In this, how do we centers going to further enhance our networks, apart from being a memorandum of understandings and reaching out? What are the other ways that we are going to advance our networks among the centers, and also apart from that, to work with other centers in order for the common good, and also to fulfill our mandate. And this is also going to increase the global visibility beyond Africa and Asia, despite the fact that that is our primary target. But of course, we go beyond that. And this is going to pathway, going to chart a new future for ALCO and the centers to come. And the next one is along that is how do this strong regional network among these centers, member countries centers, going to influence on development of all forms of best practices in arbitration. We don't even have a harmonized rules to say, but we have many areas where actually we can harmonize. And that is areas that we would like to talk to you. How do you think we're going to increase the influence of us? And I think we will have certain views, but as a moderator, I can't speak much. We'll give it to you to say that. And for you to say how we're going to increase our visibility, specifically being ALCO centers. I think we can do a lot more that can be do. We have not done enough. We have not presented ourselves as one. We have not seen to enough cooperate in areas. This is certain, the elephant need to be addressed is that, as much as the opportunities, the first aspects of it is the opportunities that we have seen and areas that we can actually explore. This question is specifically to say areas how we're going to better do. How we're going to do it better, how we're going to increase our global visibility being an ALCO center. With that, I will sum up the questions after your answers, and then I'm going to open up the floor to all of you to ask questions if you have any, and then we'll go for lunch.
It's okay. So because of time, I'll humbly request for your help to take what I'm about to say and share with your friends. So one of the things we should do is to help learn from each other our unique advantages and ability. And one of the unique ability of the ELCO Sister Center in Hong Kong is the following. If the parties gave us a notice of arbitration, on the same day they send it to us, they could go to courts in mainland China to preserve evidence, assets, and conduct. That is not something generally available unless you were conducting arbitration within mainland China. Some parties are less willing to do it in mainland China, more willing to do it in, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, especially in a center that's established by international law. So, so other things we could be doing. Last month I was in this same space. I was sitting there learning from, our honorary speakers. And one of the things that really helped, a penny drop moment for me, was how do we contribute the Asia way of resolving disputes peacefully. There I heard how ADR shouldn't be called ADR. Why is mediation alternative dispute resolution, where sense of forming consensus, mediation to start with has always been here, solving issues. Why is it alternate? It is mainstream, always been mainstream. So then therefore, whether arbitration centers around the world, when they make arbitration procedures completely follow court procedures, is that really cost effective and time efficient? So I think that's something I would be very keen to explore more with people in this room, and with our, with Jacqueline online as well, and how maybe we could further make it more efficient. But because of time, I'll pass it to Jacqueline. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, Jack.
Okay. So maybe we need to ask ourselves if the member states that we represent are in fact collaborating with each other, because that certainly helps to drive certain conversations. So are we trading with each other? If we're trading with each other, what dispute resolution mechanisms have we then preferred? If we have preferred alternative dispute resolution as it is currently understood, then which centers are preeminent, if you will, in sort of administering those disputes? Is it the ones that have traditionally taken up the stake, and we know them, I won't mention them, but are we then opening up the flow for our own centers to be front and center when we talk about alternative dispute resolution within the member state? So understanding how our respective governments work, their trade policy, very helpful in then understanding how we drive and walk along with the dispute resolution processes. If that is in fact happening, then we need to ask ourselves, we have these memoranda of understanding. Are they just on paper, or have they been actualized? Have they been refreshed? Have they been revisited and brought up to date? Beyond those memoranda of understanding, how often do we speak with each other? Do we engage with each other? Do we know about developments in each other's centers? Because it is only when we are speaking and engaging with each other that we can understand how to then, I will understand what's happening in Hong Kong and Malaysia, in any other country that is represented. And you will in turn understand what's happening on our side of the globe. And we will then see how best to engage. But then it's difficult to have rules of engagement if we don't engage to begin with. So helpful even to consider, I think, something that you mentioned, the mesh around rules, ALCO rules. If they need, number one, to be established, number two, to be published, and number three, to be reviewed on an ongoing basis. Do we have some sort of rotational mechanism for hosting each other for different events such as this? I know it is now a common practice across the globe to have ADR weeks, for example, and I'm happy to hear about yours coming up in October. We ourselves have ours coming up in March of 2025. So that will provide an absolute opportunity. You could have an ALCO day within that arbitration week, for example, where really showcasing what's happening in each of the member states. So lots of opportunities beyond just the technology that we've already spoken about. We could look to an ALCO platform that we can all leverage, that we can even use to generate income for the different centers in terms of licensing those kind of platforms. So what is it that we want to achieve? How do we achieve it together? And what time frame do we give each other and as a whole for achieving those objectives? Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, actually, regional cooperation and strength are indeed important to embrace innovation or challenges in ADR, like what our fellow panelists have correctly put together to us. I think this is something we cannot, there's no two ways to do about this, being a regional center. We need a platform. We need a common platform, which I think we are going to take it in a discussion among all the member states, especially all the 6 regional centers is going to sit down and come up with that platform that we are going to put up as a resolution, perhaps as a recommendation to ALCO, to see how we can better work together on all the areas that I've been driving you through from the beginning of the discussion, and without opening questions to you, despite giving you the legitimate expectation, is the reason is to ensure that we drive you through all the areas that we can actually continue to work as a regional centers in our respective countries to serve our mandate, to make sure that we can better serve the community and ADR at large. And this is how we are going to do things differently. And because of the mandate and because of the things that we should be working with everyone else, every centers around the world, within the region and around the world. And that is where we are going to see difference going to happen in ADR fraternity as far as what we know. We may not know the best. We should need to listen and talk to many people. That is why our stakeholders are important. That is why we are learning to do better. I think that is why this program is put forward in this Congress, starting from the court to what we are talking today on regional cooperation. And lastly, we are going to end later how Malaysia to be a premier seat. That is also another question that will be addressed by the panelists. And without further ado, and since you're very close to lunch, there are not going to be much questions because we are coming close to lunch, you see. So now we will open for questions. So let's hear from any one of you that have questions for any of our panelists today. Anyone? When there are no questions, you have to be either be happy or you should be worried. Either they don't get it or they are really fully
No, the question
cute.
is when is lunch?
Is there questions on the center? Dato, you have questions? You should. Any other questions? Otherwise, we will talk more. So, okay, so I think with that, we can conclude the session. There's no further questions from the floor. And thank you very much for listening to this session. Basically, I will just give a few words. Maybe, Jack, you want to say a few words to conclude?
Yes, I want to say thank you, first of all, for this opportunity to engage. I think this is my second time joining the center. Last year, I think it was the 24th of August, I had a similar opportunity. So thank you for always thinking about the NCIA. I think that is really in the spirit, the ALCO spirit of brotherhood. So allow me to extend a personal invitation to you to our Nairobi Arbitration Week, which is March 17th to 23rd of 2025. Looking forward to engaging with as many of you as possible to see how we continue to foster this regional and cross-regional integration, see how we build on our engagements and really truly make our institutions and our centers strong enough to serve each other. So thank you all and enjoy your lunch as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think our Dato CEO is here. She's also listening. The Dato Director is here. They are listening the invitation that has been extended to us. Of course, there's no two ways that we are going to cooperate and continue to cooperate. And there should be a platform that we're going to work together to further strengthen the unity among the 6 centers, to move together as one to present to the world ALCO centers. Maybe Nick, what do you want to say?
I'd like to thank Mary, Danesh, and Datuk also for allowing me to share this podium and share this stage with you. I'd like to invite all of you to join us in our visit to our Cairo Center. CRCIC has arbitration week, so we'll be going there, and hope we can go together. And like you said, there's no two ways about it. Let's do it. Talk with our foot. Let's go there together. It'll be in October, 19th to 27th, and the ambassador for South Africa will be coming with us for the whole trip. Thank you again for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick is they are going to lead the delegations from Hong Kong the day after ADR week. So after our ADR
Come to
week,
ADR week first,
come
and then
here
go
first, then
together.
fly from
Yes.
here. So
Yes.
they're going to go there, about 20, 30 people. They're going to have this tour to all the regional African centers. So I think Jack and Nick will be seeing you there soon. And also, if any one of you is interested to join that, of course,
Come to this first, and then we'll go.
come to that first, and always always remember that keep priority at AIAC being the first center, and the other centers that we are working together. And I think thank you very much for listening to this session. I hope that we have explained, we have drive you through in most of the areas that we can actually cooperate and collaborate. We have not done enough. We have to say that we have not done enough. There's more things to be done, and the time is right. And I think the station, the train have left the station even for AIAC. It's going to arrive the destination soon to take it to another level. With that, we will going to work together with all of you to make it happen. And not just among the 6 centers. It's going to be with each one of you coming from various centers, institutions, our centers that here in Malaysia as well. We are going to move as one unity. That is the key aspects of this title today in this session is unity. So we're going to move together as one moving forward in the interest of our region and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panel of speakers and our moderator for the insightful session. A very special thanks to Ms. Jacqueline for joining us virtually today. Now, may I kindly request the speakers who are present with us here today to remain on stage. And we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Dato Almalena to come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to our speakers.
Dr. Punita, can we have you on stage as well? Dr. Punita is the one that always negotiates on behalf of AIAC with ALCO. So we have to have her on behalf together with us. Come, Dato, I'll be there.
Thank you, Dr. Punita. Thank you, Dato L. And thank you, Dato Mary. Apologies on the slight confusion. Now with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end on session 2. Without taking up much more of your time, may I invite all of you to join us for lunch at the private dining and indoor cafeteria located at the lower ground floor. And as a gentle reminder, we will commence our second session at 2:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and we will see you shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch and we're now going to move to our final session of our event titled Asian Frontier, What Does It Take to Be a Premier Seat of Arbitration? To answer this question, I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Suan Kim, to come up on stage and lead the discussion alongside Ms. Sitpa Selvaratnam and Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima David Wong Dakwa. Joining us virtually is Ms. Amy Rouse.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trust that you all had a good lunch. Yes? Okay, I think we have still about 100 odd in the room. Very well done. Hi, Gabriel and Emmy. Can hear us loud and clear? Great. So I'd like to start the session by introducing our panel of esteemed speakers, beginning with Gabriel. Gabriel Bottini is a partner at the Madrid office of Uriel Menendez and co-head of the firm's International Arbitration and Litigation Group. Gabriel is the former National Director of International Affairs and Disputes of the Treasury AG's Office of Argentina. Gabriel has extensive experience as counsel and arbitrator before ICSID, UNCITRAL, and ICC arbitral tribunals. Gabriel also teaches public international law at the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Gabriel holds law degrees from University of Buenos Aires, LLM from New York University School of Law, and a PhD from Cambridge University. Welcome, Gabriel.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Emmy Rose. Did I get your name right, Emmy Rose? Okay, great.
Yes.
So, Emmy Rose has over 20 years of experience advising and representing clients throughout Asia on complex commercial litigation, international arbitrations, and fraud investigations. She's currently a partner in the dispute resolution team at Kuden and Partners, and you head the Japan practice. Prior to joining Kuden and Partners, Emmy was a senior lawyer at an international law firm for 10 years and gained experience working in Hong Kong, Tokyo, and Bangkok. Emmy is a Hong Kong qualified lawyer, accredited mediator, and is on the panel of arbitrators for THAC, HKIAC, and EBRAM. As head of Japan practice, Emmy represents and advises major Japanese corporations on issues ranging from shareholder and joint venture disputes, employment, compliance and investigations, competition law, and general corporate matters. Emmy is half Japanese, and Emmy speaks fluent Japanese. Emmy has been ranked in Thailand's top 100 lawyers for 2 years in a row. She was named Future Star Practitioner by Benchmark Litigation 2024. Welcome, Emmy.
Thank you.
On my left, we have the illustrious Ms. Sitpa Selvaratnam. Sitpa Selvaratnam has extensive experience as presiding arbitrator, co-arbitrator, and sole arbitrator. She has been appointed to close to 50 disputes by arbitral institutions, parties, and co-arbitrators under the AIAC, SIAC, and HKIAC rules. SITPA's appointments involve charter parties, shipping, and maritime disputes, international trade and commodities disputes, and commercial and contractual disputes. SITPA is a court member of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. SITPA was a member of the ICC International Court of Arbitration from 2018 to 2024. SITPA is also an honorary fellow of Cardiff University. SITPA holds an LLB, University of Wales, LLM from University of Cambridge, and a diploma in International Commercial Arbitration, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. And she practiced as an advocate and solicitor in Malaysia for 33 years before becoming an independent arbitrator in 2024. Welcome, SITPA. And we always leave the best to the last. The Right Honourable Tan Sri David Wong is no stranger to us all. Tan Sri David is former 5th Chief Justice of Sabah and Sarawak, and at present, Tan Sri David helms the Borneo International Centre for Arbitration and Mediation as the chairman. Tan Sri David is also a qualified auditor and a dual qualified lawyer in Australia and Malaysia. He is a member of SIDREC's list of mediators, a fellow member of the Malaysian Institute of Arbitrators, as well as a certified adjudicator. During Tan Sri David's time on the bench, he led the team in transforming the manual filing system in the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak into its digital age. Prior to retirement, Tan Sri David introduced the use of AI by the criminal court in dispensing out sentences for the convicted accused. And since the launch of BICAM and mediation in July 2023, Tan Sri David has continued to lead a team in raising awareness and capacity building in the field of ADR. This avenue for out-of-court settlement for contracting parties is especially relevant to disputes concerning construction, energy, technology, oil and gas, and more. Please join us to welcome Tan Sri David. So this is a very interesting session because the topic is, what does it take to be a premier seat of arbitration? And this involves the competition between the various arbitral institutions across the Asian region and the key features of the leading institutions. And what we hope to achieve today is to canvass thoughts and views to identify the challenges and possible ways to navigate the evolving landscape of arbitration seats within and beyond Asia. And lastly, we hope to see how we can appreciate the significance of legislative support in promoting the attractiveness of a seat of arbitration. So I will move to my first question. What are the factors that need to be in place to be considered as a premier arbitration seat? Perhaps, Amy, you'd like to lead this?
Yes, thank you very much. Can everyone hear?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. So I think this is a very broad and important topic, which we could probably spend a whole hour talking about. But let me summarize a number of key factors that I believe is important to be considered as a premier arbitration seat. And I think a lot of these factors overlap with the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators London principles. But firstly, I want to raise the point about the seat, whether it's known to be pro-arbitration. And of course, under that heading, we can consider a lot of subtopics and sub-questions. For example, does the seat have a modern and effective arbitration law? Is the seat and the country a signatory to the New York Convention? What is the attitude of the courts towards supporting arbitration? So, for example, by way of interim measures, enforcing awards, does it have minimal interference with arbitration proceedings? Is the judiciary familiar with arbitration? And how about arbitrability of issues? So I've put out there quite a lot of questions, and I know we are going to be delving into a lot of these subtopics in this session today. So the first point really is the seat known as a pro-arbitration seat? I think the second factor that I would like to raise is the effectiveness of the arbitral institutions. So looking at the arbitral institution of the seat, are the rules up to date? Are the rules efficient for the users? Are the rules innovative, and are they diverse? And the third factor that I would like to raise for our consideration is what I term logistics, or sort of administrative issues. So does the seat have good and modern facilities that we can use for arbitral proceedings? Is the seat easily accessible? What about the transportation? How about immigration issues? Is it easy for foreign arbitrators and counsel and practitioners to travel to this seat? Are there any work permit issues, for example? And finally, accommodation and costs come into play. So that's a sort of overview, I think, of some of the key factors that we need to take into consideration.
Thank you very much, Emmy. Perhaps Gabriel, you'd like to comment as well?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I think Emmy has really gone through all the main issues that are important for an arbitration seat to thrive. And of course, the issue of the judiciary and how supportive it is of arbitration is critical. We will say more about it in a moment. The legislation supporting arbitration is also crucial. I would add to the issues that Emmy mentioned, the fact that there is an arbitration community supportive of the seat, and by this I mean not only the judiciary, but also a group of lawyers that are experienced and are active in arbitration, that are knowledgeable of arbitration, and that can attract business to that arbitration seat. And in this respect, I think, again, all the factors that Emmy mentioned are important. But of course, the fact that the jurisdiction where the arbitration seat is operating is supportive and will, again, create and promote the fostering of an arbitral community, an experienced arbitral community of lawyers that will again participate in arbitrations, and of parties that will be interested in using those services is also important for the arbitral seat to grow.
Thank you, Gabriel. And what about you, Sitpa? Your thoughts?
Totally agree with Emmy and Gabriel. And can I just overlay on that? A couple of other things that would be considered. I mean, we've all heard the word safe seat. So to be a premier leading seat, we need to, or any center, any country aspiring that to be that way needs to build towards being a safe seat. And that really points the arrow towards a robust legal system that's either common law or civil law with a body of laws that users are familiar with, hierarchy of structures that users are familiar with and comfortable with. And beyond that is also the perception of neutrality and impartiality that users look for. And the Queen Mary White and Case in their survey also pointed to that element of the neutrality and independence, impartiality. And of course, the users are looking to the courts for that. But beyond that, even the corruption perception index is something that weighs heavily into whether a seat can be considered a safe.
That's a very interesting point of view, Sitpa. The neutrality as well as the independence. So that's really going into the second question, and how the robustness of the judicial system all commingles with the ADR community. Turning then to Tan Sri David, what are your thoughts, having helmed the judiciary for Sabah and Sarawak, and your extensive use of AI?
But I agree with what has been said previously. As you all know, that becomes the new kid in the block. And of course, our primary purpose is try to make become also a premier arbitration seat. See, we all know that arbitration nowadays is not quick and cheap, and definitely not cheap. So the question of whether or not the cost of arbitration should be a factor that arbitration centers should take into account, right? Let's, for example, you were trying to convince your client and you got two arbitration center there. They said, hey, you might as well go to arbitration B, arbitration center B, because they're much cheaper, but the quality is still the same. So, I mean, the cost factor may not matter to, the mega bucks arbitration, but I think that it does matter the medium price one. So that's one factor that when we drawing up our costs for Bickham, we took that into account. That's my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Tan Sri David. I think one key issue here is on costs. Besides all the other areas which Emmy, Gabriel, and Sitpa have also highlighted. So then the next question I would like to invite the panel is, what do users of arbitration services look for when they consider the seat for arbitration or arbitral institution? So users, as we know, it's divided into like your really, really big users, like your Fortune 500 companies to the smaller companies. So I think perhaps considerations differ from costs to quality or to access, like you said, facilities. So yeah, your thoughts, Emmy?
Yes, I just want to maybe pick up on the point that David mentioned on costs. And I think that we're seeing generally a trend that when we're talking about highly complex, high value disputes, then costs of the sort of arbitral institutions become a less factor. And with the medium and lower value disputes, then the parties start to look at other options in the region to see if they can reduce the cost of the arbitration somehow. And I think that cost is a major factor when users are thinking about which arbitration seat to choose. But in addition to costs, what I often find clients and users of arbitration say when they're choosing a seat is really the familiarity and the reputation of the seat of the arbitration. So often the clients will say, well, we've used a certain seat before, we've used a certain arbitral institution before, we had an amazing experience, so we'll just go with that again. Or contrarily, if they have had a not so good experience with that particular seat, then they will probably not choose that again. So familiarity and reputation, I think, are factors that users consider. Also, as Sitpa mentioned earlier, neutrality is a very important factor for parties and users of arbitration when choosing a seat. I think the arbitral institution's rules also come into play when we're talking about users of arbitration and the factors that they consider, because they look at the rules to see, okay, are the rules of this institution clear? Are they updated? Are they practical and efficient? Are they adaptable to the parties' needs? For example, if they need expedited procedures, do those rules provide for them? Appointment of emergency arbitrators, is that an option under the rules of a particular seat? Transparency, I think, as well, is important in how a decision is made in terms of appointing arbitrators by the institution. So I think those are important factors that users consider. And then finally, I think the quality and consistency of the institution's staff and counsel team is also another factor that comes into play. Pool of arbitrators as well, of course. They will look at the pool of arbitrators, the diverse range of arbitrators that are offered by a particular institution. So I think those are some factors that are considered by users.
Thank you, Emmy. Maybe we'd like to hear from Gabriel as well, from your Spanish perspective and your Latin American background.
Sure. I think that there is a very close link between the cost issue on the one hand and the quality of the services provided by the seat, because I think it is right to say that when it is a very big arbitration, big companies involved, perhaps at first the issue of costs may not be that relevant. However, the parties expect to get a good service for what they're paying. So whenever there are unjustified delays, for example, caused either by the arbitrators or by the institution itself, or even worse, the quality of the award is not acceptable for the parties, it is not a high quality award, then the issue of costs becomes a problem, because the parties, again, even sophisticated parties will say, we paid a lot of money and we did not receive a good service. So I think it is very important, again, even for very big arbitrations, for the arbitral seat to deliver services that are already of a very high quality, both in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of awards, of quality awards as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Gabriel, what about you, Sitpa? You've had an extensive experience with shipping conglomerates, Malaysian companies, global companies. What are your thoughts about how the different sizes of companies as your users, what's critical to the bigger ones and or to the smaller ones?
Obviously, cost is a big factor for smaller disputes, smaller companies. But having said that, they're also mindful of the quality. They're not going to cut costs if the quality is going to be substantially substandard. So they're willing to pay for good quality services. But what I think they also look for more and more is responsiveness of the seat. Responsiveness in time, in speed. They want to get the unpaid debt paid. And therefore, it comes to the responsiveness in appointment of arbitrators. If it's left to the appointing authority, responsiveness to having the awards enforced within the court system itself. So speed and cost and responsiveness is a big factor. The other thing is, I'm often asked, all right, you suggest Malaysia or wherever else I may want to suggest, how good is their administrative support, their logistical support? If we want to do it virtually, are they able to connect us? Are there transcribers, a pool, not just the one person or one service provider? Do we have a choice? And so the critical hub is actually required. And Gabriel mentioned that the community of lawyers and support system must be there. And that includes the logistics service providers within the arbitration framework.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Sitpa. Tan Sri David, tell us more a little bit about BICAM, how you all are different and or catering to that sweet spot of users.
Well, let me first start off by saying, you know, we are at the AIAC, and the first question I get asked is, how are you going to exist with AIAC? Well, the first thing I say, look, we are not in competition with AIAC. We can't compete with AIAC. We don't have a room like that. But what we do is that we are an alternative to AIAC, and we say we are smaller. I mean, the cost factors come into it, and as far as the quality is concerned, of course, we say that there's no different to any other center. Our IT sections, you know, we can do online hearing, full transcribing, you know, voice to text system we got there. So we try to market our service, you know, lean and mean, right? That's how we do. That's how we are marketing it. And again, of course, it's a long haul. And we survived for 1 year. We celebrate our 1 year anniversary of, last month. So we hope to celebrate many more years.
Congratulations, Tan Sri. Perhaps we'd like to go into the area of legislative support. Do you think that legislation and more legislative support could sort of assist or is a crucial factor for promoting the attractiveness of a seat? Ms. Sitpa.
Thank you, Kim. But I want to just finish off with what David has said. And I think it's a very important point, which is, are we all in competition? I think we complement each other. And it's very important for the region to have many premier seats. Premier is not just one outstanding, but many leading high quality service seats that really understand what the users want in terms of dispute resolution. And there's much more space for that. And it's really the flavor of the region as well. They're horses for courses. You would go to some seats for a certain value of dispute. You'd go to a different seat if it has a particular flavor to the dispute, cultural flavor for a dispute. So it matters that we are all striving to be premier seats, including in Sabah and in Peninsula and all over, whether it's Korea or Vietnam or anywhere else. And in fact, the users, so in the last, I was just mentioning it earlier today, in the last 6 months, I've traveled to 11 countries, and some are holidays, but mainly in terms of work, in terms of training, in terms of working with different parties in arbitration. And the clear message is we want choice. We don't want to be limited to just SIAC or HKIAC within the region. We want more to grow and come up to our level of expectation. So the demand is there for us to come up to speed. So let us lead in the region. The region will eventually have an international connection. The international space will believe that we can deliver at an international level. And there you have it. You become a premier seat. So to me, the competition is very healthy, very good to up all our games. And so coming now to answer your question, really, which is the legislative environment, I think it's so essential. It's critical. Imagine if we did not have the Arbitration Act of 2005 that gave very clear provisions for enforcement of awards, for enforcement of arbitration agreements. We'd be lagging so much behind. What was the rock of all that? It was the legislation. And so we need that. We need the act, therefore, to tell us parties are free to choose whatever law they want. They are also know that if they get an interim award, that's enforceable by the courts. The courts will only limit their review to a certain area within the New York Convention spectrum. And so there is certainty. And that's what parties want, certainty that this is what each of the parties will do. The arbitrators will do this, institution will do that, and the courts will do something else. Also in terms of immigration, I think Amy spoke about that. It's so important. I think, I'm speaking, of course, in terms of Malaysia, our LP Illegal Profession Act was amended to widen the scope of counsel and arbitrators from abroad, and parties must have their choice. Coming into Malaysia to do arbitration, they're not limited to the 60 days fly in, fly out. They are here to serve an arbitration without having immigration issues. The other legislative, perhaps, innovation we could think of, not really very innovative, but something that should be considered, is tax exemption, tax withholding exemption. In Singapore, for 20 years, arbitrators from non-resident arbitrators were exempt from the tax withholding scheme within Singapore. And that brought in arbitrators who are happy to come in, do the work for them, bring in their expertise, no tax implications, and out they go. Now that they're settled as a leading seat, they have brought in withholding, but at a concessionary rate of 10% as opposed to 15%. So these are incentives that only legislation can bring in, and it's such a good thing that that our minister was here, Minister of Law. She pays a keen attention to this. She has our ear, we have her ear rather, and we can move what we need to move to make it support us in terms of legislative framework.
Absolutely agree. I think it's extremely comforting that YB Dato Sri was here earlier, and she's so fully supportive of the whole ADR framework. And to ensure a thriving ADR community, and that involves all the various stakeholders, which we are all here today. So thank you. Tan Sri, some thoughts about legislative support?
I don't think I have much to add to what the sequence is.
Okay. Would you like to share some thoughts from your Japanese point of view, Emmy?
Well, I did want to pick up on a few points that Sitpa and David mentioned. So I fully agree that I think competition is healthy. And I think we need competition to ensure that we maintain a high level in the arbitration context, as well as consistency between the different seats that we're considering. And I think what we can also do sort of is compare and contrast with the different jurisdictions when there is competition. So the one area I think, legislative support is absolutely crucial. And when we look at certain seats which have done very well in the past, you can see a lot of legislative support in those jurisdictions. For example, in the issue of costs. So in certain seats, the amendments have been made to the Arbitration Act or Ordinance to support third-party funding in arbitration, to support outcome-related fee structures. And I think those legislative changes have really been very key in promoting arbitration in those jurisdictions. So the other less known or sort of up-and-coming seats can also learn from those jurisdictions and have the legislative support on that basis.
Thank you, Emmy. A question to you, Gabriel. This is on the realm of diversity. So in your view, is having a diverse panel of international arbitrators crucial in becoming a premier arbitration seat?
Yes, I think it's an absolutely crucial factor. And the reason I think it's because in turn it is a crucial aspect of arbitration is the ability of the parties to choose their own arbitrators. This, of course, is one of the main reasons for parties to have recourse to arbitration. Again, the ability to choose their own arbitrators. And having a pool of experienced international arbitrators, again, gives the parties the possibility to choose the arbitrators with which they feel they trust, they feel confident. So having that pool of arbitrators will in turn attract international parties and again will attract business. Also, international arbitrators, reputed international arbitrators, bring their reputation, their knowledge, their experience to the seat. So they bring, again, they can contribute significantly to the growth and consolidation of that arbitral seat. And also I think that having that pool, a list or some kind of method that includes those international arbitrators also will send a clear signal to the international arbitration community about the independence and impartiality of the seat itself, because it has been able to attract and be composed by these arbitrators. So as Sita was saying, I think independence and impartiality of the seat is crucial, and international arbitrators can help in this regard by sending this signal of independence and impartiality.
Tan Sri, what are your thoughts on having a diverse panel of international arbitrators?
I think nowadays it's a must. It's a must. It's a must. From Beckham's point of view, every time we organize any seminars or where we ensure that there is, the gender diversity is there. If you look at our list of arbitrators and mediators, the diversity is there. We've got the Chinese arbitrators, Korean arbitrators, Thai arbitrators, Malaysian, Singapore, and English cases. So it's important nowadays. There's no, I mean, if you don't take diversity in doing your things, I think you are way behind time.
I agree with that very much. Sitpa, what's your view in terms of not only just diversity, but inclusivity, equity, equality, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What are the critical factors in your view?
Yes, absolutely. I'm so glad to hear David say that, you're left behind if you don't embrace diversity. Long are the days where there was a thinking that some people or some countries were superior and everyone else would just flock to that seat or space. The whole evolution of minds and thoughts and of people, which is a good thing, has moved towards a more egalitarian system where everyone wants to be heard, everyone wants a voice, everyone wants to be considered. And therefore, if we're talking in terms of a premier seat, meaning you want people to want us, then we must want them as well. It's two ways. We must be welcoming of them. We must be understanding of them, and inclusive. So diversity and inclusion is key. It's fundamental almost. You can't turn the clock backwards. And here, when we talk of diversity, Kim, I just want to make it clear, it's not just gender diversity. It's ethnic diversity, cultural diversity, generational diversity, disability diversity, all of that to be included within the system, and basically really epitomizing that the law and justice is blind, that if you're good and you're able to deliver it, you should be there. And in terms of a seat, how does that translate into? That translates actually to the fact that if you have a center, like we have an amazing center, in fact, we tick off many, many boxes, you should have a diverse institutional management. And now we're talking this morning about the court being diverse, and that's fabulous. That's another tick on that checklist. It gives a strong message. We want you to come here. We understand you. Users are then assured that they are respected, and they are needed, and their difference is embraced rather than shunned. And when that happens at the institutional level, at the court, at the management level, when the case counsel are diverse, that is a tremendous bonus for users. I remember having a matter with a Vietnamese party that was non-responsive, and we had to be so careful that the cause papers were delivered to the non-responsive party. We had a phone number, and we called the center, the administrative center, and said, do you have someone who speaks Vietnamese to call this number and speak? And of course they did. And so that kind of diversity gives everyone a feeling of they belonging to that seat, and then embracing that seat as well. So diversity is key. Now, we look at what the Queen Mary survey again says. About 57 of them said to that survey that, look, diversity is a signal of independence and impartiality. If you have three, but all three are the same mold, that's not a true reflection of a full and wholesome consideration of the dispute. We want that want that diversity to embrace independence, to show independence, to know we're getting independence and impartiality and a wholesome view of the dispute. More than that, the case counsel. We've had so many movements, including the pledge movement for equal representation. And now corporate counsel demand that there be some form of diversity in the panel that is appointed, as well as in the team that's representing them in arbitration. And so for all of these reasons, and the most of all, diversity means you're tapping into the whole wealth of knowledge and talent and skill, and you're offering the best to the users. How can diversity not be key to remaining a premium center and to becoming a premium center?
Excellent. I think we're coming full circle now from this morning's session, the Court of Arbitration, to the second session, Unity, and now on the seat of arbitration. So we have a lot of GCs, corporate counsel in this room today, and it's great that they are hearing. Thank you very much for supporting this event. Maybe we'd like to hear, Emmy, I was about to ask you for your thoughts from your Thai, Japanese perspective.
Yes, thank you. I wholesomely agree with what Sitpa just said, and I just wanted to add, there's a lot of research that suggests that diversity on boards improves quality and objectivity in decision-making. And so that should equally apply, of course, to arbitral tribunals, but to the court as well as the institution and the senior management at the institutions as well. And the point that I also wanted to add, which I think is quite interesting from a sort of psychological perspective, is that diversity also helps to reduce the risk of unconscious bias. Particularly if we're talking about affinity bias, where people have a tendency to connect with others who have similar interests and experiences and backgrounds. So we all have heard about unconscious bias, we've all talked about it, but to really reduce the risk of that, we need diverse panels, and we need diverse people leading institutions. We need diverse, and as I think David mentioned earlier, you know, we need to expand the definition of diversity, or maybe it was Sitpa, in terms of not just gender, but we need to look at all type of diversity, geographic, age, culture, particularly coming from a sort of Japanese Hong Kong background. I think it's really important culturally that people are sensitive to the differences and the nuances.
Thank you, Emmy. Moving on, this is probably the exciting bit for practitioners. It's on challenges to arbitrators awards. So I will invite Tan Sri David to speak on this area. With the increasing challenges to arbitration awards, the role of the judiciary plays an important role. So should the judiciary have a more active role in arbitration? Tan Sri.
Now, in the context of this afternoon talk, I mean, that is, you know, a premier arbitration seat. Now, to me, a supportive judiciary is very important. Without it, I don't think you can have a premier arbitration seat. Now, in respect to the question whether the judiciary should play a more active role now in view of the many challenges in setting aside the award, my answer is no and yes. I say no in respect of judicial intervention. And yes is to continue to enhance the judicial framework in its supporting role, that is, make it more arbitration friendly. Now, on this, I just want to briefly talk about two cases which I come across. Now, we all know in the Malaysian context, you can't set aside an arbitration award, period. You know, if the arbitrator is making error in finding of fact, error in interpreting the law, you can't challenge it. Section 42 is gone. Now, what we've got now is Section 37, which gives the court the power to set aside arbitration on the ground of public policy, right? Public policy. Now, we all know that public policy is what we call, Lord Dennis, is a very unruly horse, and you don't know where it will end up to, right? The danger here is whether the court is using this ground as an excuse to set aside an arbitration award when the arbitrator is making a mistake in finding a fact and law. So now, in the recent federal court case, which I came across, in the case of, I think, the government Malaysia against Saukomas. Now, I just want to make a point here. Now, we're talking about public policy, right? Your view of public policy is different to my view of public policy. It's a very subjective thing. Now, this case is very simple. An arbitration was held. The arbitrator making awards. He went to court, tried to set aside on the ground that this award is in conflict with Malaysian public policy. In the High Court, the High Court judge went through the awards. And this is what she said, right? I'm of the view that the plaintiff is essentially saying the final award is manifestly erroneous because the arbitrator had erred in fact and in law in applying the relevant legal principles of the facts of the case and had misconstrued the facts of the law. Now, the learned judge says, look, you are actually saying the arbitrator has misconstrued the law and wrongly applied the fact. That, of course, cannot be against public policy, right? I thought that was quite clear. Now, I went to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal read the judgment of the High Court, who actually went through the award, and said, look, the High Court judge did not err, so it cannot be against public policy. Now, comes to the Federal Court. Of course, the Federal Court, the Federal Court hasn't written a full judgment yet. All I got is the minutes of that notes of that proceedings. The Federal Court held this. Applying the principles set out in that case, the present case, it is clear that this award requires setting aside because the arbitrator has gone beyond the purview of the contract or the bargain between the parties as envisaged in clause 8.2 of the agreement, resulting in an unjustified exorbitant award which contravenes the basic notions of substantive law on the awarding of damage in Malaysia. In other words, the contract itself does not envisage any grant of loss of profits, whereas the entire basis was claimed by the respondent's premise on a projected loss of profit. Now, reading that paragraph, I mean, you can mount an argument that all the arbitrator did was misconstrue the contract. He has made an error of law in misconstruing the contract. Now, is that a ground to set aside? Is that against public policy? So we have a case here where 4 judges said it's not against public policy, and you got 3 judges saying it's against. Now, this 4-3, to me, is significant. We're not talking about whether the law, the High Court or the Court of Appeal got the law wrong. We are talking about whether the 4 judges who said it was not against public policy should be given the credence, rather than the federal court says, no, we hold a different view of public policy and should be said. Now, my point here is that we don't want to get in a position where the courts will use that ground to nilly-willy set aside an arbitration award. We must remember an arbitration award is the result of a freedom of contract. The parties agreed. I don't want the court. We are happy to have an arbitrator to deal with it, and we agree that that be final. So that's my take on saying that there should be minimum interference by the court. As for the second part about enhancing the judicial framework, now, am I stepping over time?
No, perfectly fine.
I read a case in Australia where there was an international award given in London. So they wanted to enforce the award in Australia. So in order to enforce it, and it was a urgent matter, very urgent. There was the time period is very important. It would take too much of my time to tell you about the facts. But what happened there is, so the parties in Australia took an OS to enforce the awards. But the trouble was, the party is a London-based party. They don't have an address. So they had to serve that OS. The question there was, as you know, when you want to serve a document, a court document outside jurisdiction, you have to go through the consulate and blah, 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 as in Malaysia. But in Australia, there's a provision which gives the judge to order substitute service. So what they did, the parties went to the judge got the application on a Thursday. Friday, he heard it, granted the order, and substitute service, make the order to be served on that party in London, and also order that the other parties enter appearance and file a written submission for their application within 3 days. All this was complied with. The judge had heard it on a Monday, which is Labor Day in Australia, which is a holiday. He heard all the argument and gave a decision on a Thursday. So 3 days, he gave a decision. On Thursday morning, the unsuccessful party appealed to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal fixed the hearing in the afternoon, continue hearing on Friday morning, and then dismissed the appeal on Friday afternoon. Now, the cases who handled that case said that this is quite historical in that the whole matter was disposed in 8 days. My point here, for a country to have a premier seat, the judiciary must be ready, must be have all these resources to be able to deal with this as soon as possible. In this case, it was done, and the award was enforced. Now, reading this case, and in the context of Malaysia, now you probably would not be able to do it here because our rules or our laws does not allow substitute service on a foreign body, right? So that would defeat the whole purpose of that award. This case was the F1 event in Australia. And there was a prohibited order to stopping some drivers from driving in that event. So they got the award set to prohibit the stoppage. So that was the urgency of it. So the point is the judiciary must have this in place to really to be arbitration friendly. Thank you. I'm sorry I've taken so much time.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Maybe one last wisdom of nugget from you. So earlier on, you spoke about public policy. Not exhaustive, wide, but also narrow. Interesting. What about breach of natural justice?
I think breach of natural justice, you can grab it and touch it. Public policy, you cannot. Public policy, what is public policy? Dato Ma's view of public policy is different to mine. Or like Ki Hing says, public policy is like love. How do you define love?
Whimsical and capricious.
Right? Breach of natural justice, very simple. You didn't give the other side a chance to hear, to say.
Shocks the conscience.
Yes, shocks the conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Okay, moving on. Now, this is a very interesting area. It's about money. You know, life revolves around money, love, arbitration, litigation, birth, marriage, and death. Okay, so this last question is about income. Touchy, delicate, but we've just got to address it. So the income of arbitral institutions are derived from appointment fees and the administrative fees. Now, these fees, whether or not they're sufficient or not for an arbitral to sustain itself. And how should an arbitral institution support itself going forward so that it is completely sustainable and independent? Tan Sri David, your thoughts. Leading the judiciary and now leading BICAM.
Now, this is a very interesting question. You know, BICAM is funded by the state government, right? And when we set up, I get faced the question, look, you are funded by the state government. How could you be independent, right? Well, when we set up this thing and went to the state government, look, we need an arbitration center because you're bringing a lot of people to invest in Sabah, right? Having a alternate dispute resolution center it's good for your investment. Now, what we told the state government is this: look, we will take your money, but you cannot appoint anybody from the state government to be in our council as a council member. That was our condition. And kudos to the state governments. Okay, no problem. So that was how I convinced people who asked me this question. They have no say in what we do. They don't have any personnel in there. The AG chambers do not have any representative with us, right? So, but the reality, Kim, is that we can't survive without grants from the state government. So that's the best we could do from as far as BICAM's point of view. That look, yes, we do get money from the state government, but we are independent in that, you know, none of us in running the BICAM has any connection with the state government.
So financial support, legislative support, everything is very important for.
Definitely.
Excellent. What are your thoughts, Gabriel, from the Spanish, Latin American arbitration institutions? How do they sustain?
Yeah. You mean about love or about money? Well, let me say about money.
Okay.
I agree that, of course, institutions may need the support from, for example, the government in certain circumstances, and of course, I think as they evolve and grow, it is, I think, desirable that that support from the government, for example, it becomes less important, and they are able to obtain resources from the cases themselves or from other sources, so that there is a much less dependency from that official support. I think that's desirable. But again, going back to a previous point, even there, I think that if you have a very strong arbitral pool, and you have very reputed arbitrators that are deciding the cases, because we should not forget the cases are being decided by the arbitrators, not by the institution itself. Of course, the institution is very important and it must be independent, but if the arbitral tribunals are being composed by very, again, reputed arbitrators, I think any concerns about lack of independence of the institution will also be mitigated by those arbitrators.
Emmy, what are your thoughts, please?
Yeah, just picking up on Gabriel's point, I think the pool of arbitrators is certainly an important factor. I think for an arbitral institution to gain its reputation of being independent, and also I think ultimately the trend that we are seeing in the region, I think, with the up and coming arbitral seats and institutions, are that legislative support in terms of financing as well as other types of support is essential, especially at the beginning stages, in order for the arbitral institution to start building its reputation and gaining the number of cases that they get. But eventually, with the sort of right pricing policy that we spoke about earlier, and it should become sustainable in the future without so much funding from the government. In the Thailand context, we have many arbitral institutions here, but the two that are focused on international arbitration are the TAI, the Thai Arbitration Institute, and the THAC, Thailand Arbitration Center. And one of them, the TAI, was founded in 1990, and it was initially under the supervision of the Ministry of Justice, but then it sort of was separated from the Ministry of Justice and formed as part of the Office of the Judiciary. So they still have this sort of, I believe it's still funded by the government, and it is also sort of in the law courts building as well. And the THAC, whilst perhaps not directly funded by the government, does get a lot of support, governmental support, through policy frameworks and sort of organization of training for judges and events and so on. So in some form or another, it is receiving government support.
I think what you touched earlier on pricing is quite key here. So we're looking at the administrative pricing, arbitrators' fees. What are your comments on, how it commensurates from the areas or the institutions that you've been arbitrator?
So in terms of the pricing policy, I sort of touched upon earlier, because we are looking at, we are seeing sort of competitiveness in the region. The different arbitral institutions are having to try and target different audiences. So for the lower value disputes, we're looking at pricing the arbitrators' fees and administration fees to try to attract those lower value claims. And I think that that's a factor that needs to be taken into account. And we're seeing that in the Thai context as well. So certain institutions are having lower arbitrators' fees in order to attract those lower value claims.
Thank you, Emmy. Sitpa has something to comment on the judiciary bit. Yeah.
Yes, I don't think I have any experience with running a center to comment on the ways in which income can be derived. But what I would want to perhaps if we have time, Kim, just say
Sure.
about the role of the judiciary. Now, the role of the judiciary is very nuanced. They're there, and we often simplistically, I think, say either are they supportive or are they interfering? But it's far more than that. They play such a vital role, and that's why they're in the scheme of the New York Convention. They are the ultimate gatekeepers to ensure a system of justice is not miscarried, is not taken the wrong way. This is arbitration is a private, confidential process. Lots of things can go wrong. And it is the judiciary that's there to make sure, finally, the integrity of the process and system is maintained. And in recent times, we are seeing more and more of the situation where bias is scrutinized by courts, corruption is scrutinized by courts, repeat appointments are scrutinized by court. Even Lady Glossa from UK, her work was set aside because she had not disclosed, or appointment was set because she had not disclosed 7 other appointments by a certain law firm. And recently we've seen in Singapore, just hardly 10 days ago, an award by an eminent panel in parallel proceedings, same chairman. The award struck down because the chairman had cut and paste from his previous awards, including submissions by counsel from the other proceedings that were not made in this proceedings. That's how bad it can get. And it was set aside. So it's so nuanced. And this we need the courts to do for us, because where else do the practitioners go for a rogue a tribunal, for instance? So I think it is paramount that the judges, of course, they all know the framework, the laws, but also to know the in-betweens, the underlying sense of it, so that you know when something's gone wrong. You ask the right question. In the Nigerian PNID case, it was the discovery and the courts allowing further discovery after the awards that flushed out a whole lot of things that didn't go right in the process. And so the role of the judiciary is so important, so nuanced, that it should be a specialist court, really, that is so clued to what's going on. It's such a huge industry, arbitration, that it has to be a specialist industry, specialist court that hears that's specially trained, exposed to what's the latest that's happening in the arbitration spheres.
Thank you, Sitpa. That was so holistic. I think another point would probably be from the clients themselves. They have closure when they go to court somehow, whether it's set aside or enforced, there's some form of closure. With that, I'd like to invite the room to ask any questions that you have, any burning questions in your mind for our eminent panel of speakers, Emmy, Gabriel, Tan Sri David, Sitpa. Don't be shy. No, no questions. Yes, there's one. Please state your name, where you're from, and to whom, which panelist you'd like to direct your question to.
Okay. Hi, I'm Wai Fong from Lee Shamudin. My question is directed to Tan Sri David. From BCom's point of view, is there any data or feedback so far, both from arbitral parties who have either opted for or not for BCom, and also from prospective panelists to be on BCom's panel of arbitrators, whether if there's lower fees or not, whether that has been a factor in choosing or not choosing to be on BCom's panel?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking what are the criterias for people to get on the panels of the BCom? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, just to clarify, I presume that BCom, since one of the selling points is lower cost as compared, for example, to the AIAC.
Yeah.
So with the lower fees for arbitrators, has that been have you seen that impact the interest from potential panelists? And secondly, for the arbitral parties, if they have opted for or against BCom, have you received any feedback on what are the reasons why they've taken that decision?
Okay, in respect to your first question, that was the very question that we asked ourselves when we're setting our fees, because someone was saying that, look, if you lower the fees, those cases arbitrator will not come, right? I disagree with that. You know, I'm doing arbitration as well, because the fees is if I get an appointment, let's say in Bickham, and this is the fees I'm giving. It's not so much the fee. Not so much fee. The fact that I got an appointment would make me want to take it, right? The difference in fees, we're not talking about 50%. We're talking about 10 to 20%, right? So that's minimum. But what I found that it has no effect whatsoever on that. As for your second question, sorry, I lost your. Could you just repeat your second question?
Please repeat.
So for parties, prospective arbitral parties, who have either chosen Bickham over another institution or vice versa, do you have any feedback on the reasons why they have done that?
No, we have not had any feedback, but I'm very happy to say that thus far we have 4 arbitration cases registered with Bickham, and for us we got that in 1 year. That's very good. And the reason why these people have chosen Bickham is that mainly because the disputes concerns matters in Sabah. The witnesses are all in Sabah, so there's no reason to do it any other way, any other place. So that's the reason they chose. Those arbitration has not finished, so we have not any feedback why they chose it or whether they have any regret in choosing us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Comments, thoughts, views? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lyra Gomez. So I asked a question earlier this morning about public policy, an arbitral award that was set aside because the Supreme Court decided against it by reason of public policy. So if that happens, would that be the end of the line for an entity who is having an arbitral award enforced? Or is there still, because for example, if it's the Supreme Court that has rendered that decision, and I've seen this happen not just in my country, in the Philippines, but also in the UK, in Russia. So if it's by reason of public policy, then is that the end of the road? No other remedy, or can you escalate it somewhere maybe? And anyone can answer. Thank you.
So that would apply whether or not it's public policy. If the award is set aside, if it's set aside, what do you do? Is that the general question, or specifically for public policy?
Specifically, if by reason of public policy, and it's the Supreme Court that rendered the decision.
So it would depend on the framework within which public policy was violated, whether the whole agreement itself was tainted, and therefore there's no opportunity really for reventilating it, even if there was, you're not in breach of a time bar, but it would be complicated. I think you do have an uphill task when that is the reason for it being set aside.
The cases I mentioned actually in Malaysia, after the apex court has found that it's against public policy, we have another avenue, which is Section 137, which you can ask for a review of that decision. In that case I mentioned, there was a review. The review was dismissed as well. So after the review is dismissed, I think that's the end of the matter, I think.
That's the end of the road. Right. Okay. Any thoughts from our Gabriel and Emmy?
I was just going to add in response to that question, I think, it very much depends on the decision of the court in relation to public policy. So for example, in Thailand, we are seeing that the Thai courts are starting to become more pro-arbitration and upholding arbitral awards when at the stage of enforcement. But when they do talk about public policy, sometimes they may sort of carve out certain parts of the arbitral award as being contrary to public policy. So for example, in Thailand, the Thai law does not generally recognize compound interest. And I think there was an award that was made in Singapore It was a Singapore-seated arbitration, and they had allowed compound interest as part of the relief. And so that part of the award was not enforced, but the more validated part of the award was enforced. So it's not a be-all and end-all, even though public policy may come into play.
Thank you. And Gabriel?
Yes, I think just to perhaps reiterate something that Sitpa said, but I think it's very important and particularly concerning annulment or challenges against awards, either on the public policy or on another reason. I agree that, of course, annulments should be exceptional, but they should not be impossible. Because there might be cases, again, exceptional perhaps, in which even the annulment of the award is warranted. And in those cases, which hopefully are going to be exceptional, then the decision of the judiciary will actually help arbitration because it will preserve the parties and avoid the breach of fundamental values. So in those exceptional cases, again, the judiciary must be there, and that will actually be a contribution to arbitration rather than a bad thing for arbitration.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor before we wrap up the session? Someone from the... No questions. Not at all? Everyone clear? Happy? Great. And with that, we conclude session 3 today. Maybe one last pitch from us, which is ensure that your contracts have the arbitration agreement inside. Ensure that you name AIAC as the premier seat of arbitration and or become. So remember that we all have a role to play here. We're all practitioners, and we're in the same safe space here. And I think it's quite fair for us to say we should support as much as possible as practitioners. And as GCs here, we have a lot of corporate counsel here today. So thank you very much. And here's to a flourishing and a thriving ADR community. Congratulations, Dato, Danesh, and AIAC. Congratulations. Thank you, speakers.
Thank you very much to our panel of speakers and moderator for the once again another insightful session. And of course, special thanks to Mr. Gabriel and Ms. Emmy for joining us virtually today. Now, may I kindly request our panel of speakers who are here with us today to remain on stage. And we would like to call upon Yang Berbahagia Dato Almalena to come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. Thank you very much. Now, before we end our event today, in conjunction with our National Independence Day, which will be coming up on the 31st August, we would like to invite everyone to rise for the Jarul Gemilang song, which will be played shortly. This is to celebrate our shared spirit and unity, as well as pride as Malaysians. with that, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of the AIC's inaugural International Arbitration Congress. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, moderators, and our participants for making this event a great success. We hope today's Congress has provided you with meaningful insights and opportunities to advance your practice in the field of arbitration. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much.